All right, we're live. Yeah, the scheduler got scheduled wrong. So we're here and we'll get. We'll get started. I was wondering. It said they looked at it. Said 11:35 p.m. Said okay. It's yeah. It is what it is. Okay. We'll see. Let a few people get in the room and we'll start. Um, I don't. After 15 years of going through this, we should have a pretty good idea about what submission is. And I think after 15 years, I think guys still don't have an idea or a definition of what they think submission actually is. Because we keep arguing the same freaking point over and over and over again. And the thing is what I keep saying, and what has been proven, you know, by you look at the passport bros, okay? They're telling you everything that I'm saying, they're telling you is the truth. Everything that I'm telling you, that I'm saying, has already been proven. I don't have to prove it. You can go look at any passport bro or any expat living someplace else. They'll tell you the exactly same thing that I'm telling you. The exact same thing. I don't know why it's that big a deal. I mean, we're looking at it. We got Austin Holloman. He's telling you the exact same thing that I'm telling you. Okay, exact same thing. It's not. Women in America are not raised to be that way. I mean, number one, black women, especially black women, were never that way. Black women were never that way. How many books do we have to read? How many sections do we have to read? How many newspaper articles we have to read? How many comedians have to get on the stage and tell you the goddamn same thing? Okay, they're raised differently. Okay, we talk about how a black child talks to his mother versus a white child talks to their mother. We've been joking about it since I've been a kid. Since I've been a kid. It's not the same. They're raised differently. An Asian woman the Asian mother rears her children differently than a black mother does. They're raised to be submissive. Okay, I go to my little taco stand, my little burrito stand, my taco stand, once or twice a week. The women in there are different than the ones than the black ones. Okay, that I even the black ones that ain't got no money, even the black little girls. Okay, they're quiet, they're polite, they're submissive, they smile, they're helpful. There ain't no arguing back and forth like you see in a black establishment. Ain't no snapping back and forth. Okay, our women snap. Our women fight. I've known that since I was a fucking little boy. Little black girls have been mean. They ain't just start being mean. They were mean to me when I was 6 years old. Okay, it's not new. This is before feminism. Black girls have not changed really since well hell since I've known it. They haven't changed. There's still the same little defiant chicks that they've always been. Feminism has actually copied the way they handle their men. I haven't read anything, but man, I'm from LA, man, and 9 times out of 10, so many rappers get robbed and whatnot. Man, they don't get killed. This to me, it's a setup. Okay, you're someplace and somebody tweets your location, and somebody happens to show up and rob you and kill you. That's a setup, and she was in on it. That's my opinion. I don't follow Chopper. Any Chopper girlfriend crying. I didn't see it. I don't know about it, so I don't follow it. E Capone can tell you. Okay, okay. the Negroes in the hood have been getting, jacked for years and shot for years, right? Normally they rob you, they don't kill you. It's not normally done, okay? Because the charges are too high. Nobody wants nobody robbing you wants a murder charge to go along with it. Okay, so if they rob for a living, they're not trying to kill you because they don't want a stack of murder charges where LAPD will come looking for you. Okay, like that. So if you kill somebody, especially somebody that's notable like that, you're gonna go to jail if they find you. Okay, so you're not just robbing a guy. To me, that's a setup. And it comes from you tweeting a location. No, you're letting people know where he is. It's a setup to me. Yeah, especially on the east side. You could know what I'm talking about. Um, yeah, let me just straight up. That bitch set him up. Okay, that's like they're looking at her. She set him up, and why they had him hit, I don't know. That's just my opinion because I don't know the dude. But the thing is I've seen situations like that, man. Just like Tupac, man. There wasn't no random shit. Okay, ain't no random shit. They just don't go around blasting you when they rob you, man. Man, tons of dudes got robbed with their chains and their money. You give up the money, you give up the car, you get whatever, and you don't get in the way, and they roll off with your shit and they keep going. Okay, they don't just flat out shoot you, especially with no chick around. Unless they got a beef with you. Normally, guys get shot because of a beef. And if you messing with a chick and and she tweeting out your location, because number one, you know, if chick that's around a dangerous dude ain't gonna be tweeting out a location but she got the same beef. She ain't gonna be letting you know she out with somebody like that in real time because she don't want to get caught up either. That's why it's funny for me. The areas are known on the people that's not cool with it. Okay, it's like any place else, man. You got places in New York. Okay, unless you cool with the people in that area, unless you're used to the people in the area, it's a no no. But people in that area, it ain't like it. Really, to be honest and truly, there is no black neighborhoods in LA anymore, right? The hood ain't what the hood used to be. Okay, there ain't no hardcore stomp down hoods no more, even on the east side. No place. It's all integrated. Ain't no hoods no more. And she was, man, don't give this. She's set up, man. Ain't no warning. I don't believe it. You post and hoods come to rob you and you happen to wind up dead in L.A. I thought it was someplace else, but in L.A., man, that's not done. That's not done. That's suspicious to me. Nah, it doesn't matter about the culture, man. Okay, um, you learn pretty quickly what and what not to say. Okay, there's some things in Los Angeles that you say, and no matter what you say, that people let slide. And there's some things, man, that will get you murked pretty quick. Okay, he knows what to say and what not to say. Otherwise, he wouldn't have lived this long. Okay, somebody has something out on him, and I'd be checking that chick's bank account because that is too close. Okay, you out with a chick, you out in public, and somebody robs you and blasts you. Nah, I don't buy it. I don't buy it. But anyway, no, you know what? I saw the change in women because I'm a boomer, right? So I remember a time when girls could not wear pants in school. They couldn't wear pants in school. I remember a time when they couldn't wear pants in school, and I remember a time where a wife served you because she was trained to, and people like my mother and her sisters, they hated that shit. But they couldn't break it because they couldn't break their training. My mother still acts like a wife. She's 84 years old. She still tries to do that shit. Okay. She still tries to straighten up and clean up and all that, cook and all that kind of stuff because she thinks she's supposed to. Because it's been so inbred into her, so socialized into her, she can't break that socialization. And my sisters don't cook at all. I got two sisters. They're damn near one 60 and one damn near 60. They don't cook at all. Okay, never really have. They because they were never. My mother never trained them to do it, and I grew up with them, and I saw my mother never trained them to do it. I got more training than they did. On Roscoe, man, if there's the Roscoe's on the east side, man, they ain't fucking even the east side, man. That's not even east side. That Roscoe's right down the street from the goddamn central post office, man, where the public workers come in all the time to eat. Okay, that is not the hood. That Roscoe's over there, that ain't the hood, man. They ain't the hood no more. That's a very well built up area. It's not the hood anymore. Okay, so somebody come into that area you, to rob you? Come on. And Roscoe's in that area? No. You got fucking police station right down the fucking street. Okay, over on Main, got a fucking police station. What, 10 blocks away? Get the fuck out of here. Obsidian said last day, if you want to pay, go ahead. Okay, let's do this, man. Let's do this. In fact, let's look this up. Let's look this up. Let's go to blackdemographics.com. 'Cause I'm getting really tired of this shit, man. Yeah, you guys should be smarter than this, man. You know, you guys should be smarter than this. We talk about this shit all the time. Me and Doctor, if you follow me or Doctor T, we do this shit all the time. Let's, uh, let's see if we can find this. Economics. Income. Well, let's see if we can find it. See if they still have it. They have it. See if they still have the chart about millennial income. Yeah, they had a nice fat chart about millennial income. See if I can find it. See if I can put black demographics, put millennial income. Because millennials are, was it millennial? I think it was millennials, right? Millennials are in their 40s now, so millennials are aging out. Aging out. Okay, there's the chart. And NCA. We gonna send it downloaded so we can make a bigger image. Let's see. Let's see. Da, 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 da. Da, da. Let's see. And the paint, snag it, editor, snipping tool. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Let's try paint. Nah, that's not gonna do it. Let's open in another. There it is. Okay. That'll work. I think that'll work. That'll work. Okay. Let's see. Okay, this is millennial. This will be millennial because these are the still people in the dating pool for the most part, right? Okay, you have look at the people with no income. Okay, there's 8 million adult black men between 25 and 40, right? This is a couple of years ago. Okay, I think that they were talking about they don't give a date of when this is actually done, right? Got 22% of black men and women with no income. Okay, these are people in your dating pool. Yet 23% that are under 20,000. So you got half, 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 half of the people in the millennial dating pool with no income. Okay, with under $20,000 a year. You got 38, 39% that are under 50, between 20 and 50. So under 50,000. So you got 80%, 80, 90%, damn near 90% of 80 something percent of your people. So you got what, 22 and 23 is 50, right? No, yeah, that's 45. Okay, plus another 38%, 40. Yeah, you got 80% of your people, or more than 80% of your people, 85% of your people that earn $50,000 a year or less. Okay, 14% are between 50 and 100K, and only 2% in your dating pool. Look at this: 2% in your dating pool make over 100K. 2% of your goddamn dating pool is 100K. Does that make any goddamn sense? I'm gonna ask you. That make any goddamn sense? What the fuck they talking about? Why do you listen to these dumb? You know what? I'm gonna cuss, man, because I'm getting sick of this shit. Why you listen to these dumb motherfuckers that don't know what the fuck they talking about? Why? 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 Why you listen to them? Why do you listen to dumb motherfuckers that don't know what the fuck they're talking about? These are the people in your dating pool. The only people, the people that actually earn a little bit more than that, that actually boasted that are people that are 50 and over. Okay, 50 and over. We're talking about your Generation X's they're already aged out of the fucking dating pool. Why do you listen to these motherfuckers? I want to know. Why you listen to? I'm a straight up tell you. Why you listen to these dumb? I'm getting sick of these dumb bastards. Okay, I really am. I'm getting pretty sick of dumb bastards. And you guys listen to these fucking dumb bastards, man. Why? 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 Why you listen to these goddamn dumb bastards all the time? They don't know what the fuck they talking about. The goddamn shit is there. Shit's there. So how the fuck is everybody gonna make the 2% of people gonna date everybody? There's only 2% of men that make fucking hundred K and over. A black man make 100K and over. Who they gonna date? So all these women are going to gang up trying to get all these people over 100K. You're going to try to get a guy that's barely scraping along trying to spend $150 on a motherfucking date with you? Get the fuck out of here. I don't blame MTV. I blame y'all. Y'all bring this shit to me, and you guys listen to these motherfuckers, and you guys don't do your goddamn homework. We've been telling you this for years, okay? We've been telling you this. It's on blackdemographics.com, right? They're basically do this for a goddamn living. They just put this shit up. I don't give a fuck if she's too fucking entitled. Stop. I don't care about them because if she's in marketing, they know this shit. If they're, I'm getting tired of motherfucking so-called intelligent people not doing their due diligence and fucking lying. Okay, this shit comes out every year. Same shit. Same shit. The median earnings of all Americans is less than $33,000 a year. What the fuck are you talking about? I ain't, regardless of what color they are. What the fuck you talking about? What the fuck are you talking about? Every black man needs to make 100K. It's absolutely impossible, especially in a goddamn capitalist country. Impossible. And it's gonna get worse because the rest of the world's catching the fuck up with you. Europe's getting ready to go down the fucking tubes. And you talking about every black man got to make 100K. Bullshit. Every white man doesn't make a fucking 100K. Only less than 10% of white people make 100K. What the fuck you talking about? I don't give a fuck what kind of lies they tell, man. Why do you guys believe them? If you know she's lying, why you guys keep coming back and listen to the same fucking lie? That's what I'm asking. Pax, why? Why? Why you keep coming back? If she's lying, why you keep coming back and listening to it? We're talking about this guy Gabe. Uh, just go ahead and look him the fuck up, man. Okay, I'll play a little bit of it. Fuck it. I'm in the mood. We're here supposed to be talking about fucking submission. You guys asking me all these other dumbass questions. Okay, because because average mediocrity have been conflated with their prosperity pimp and preaching. They get in church, social media. Okay, that's probably why. But the thing is, that's fine. That's fine. Okay, but that's fine for the masses. But why you guys believe that shit here? And you know it's not true. You know that shit's not true. I mean, I have no problem if you got the gumption and the knowledge and the luck to actually make over 100K. God bless you. Okay, I would never say that you shouldn't. You should you should make as much money as you can. I have a good friend. She's worth about 20-30 million dollars. Okay, they they make she makes the shit in a year. Okay, she makes she can make a quarter mil to $1 million a year. Hell, you got young Grizzly. Young Grizzly, he works his ass off. Grizzly just made over a quarter mil. Okay, you can do that. And people have this talent, skills, and abilities and the work ethic that you do that. That's fine. I have no problem with it. But stop with this bullshit that that everybody's got to make that shit. Money and submission has nothing to do with it. Okay, I, how come you can get a Latina, a Latin man and wife where he's actually trying to get day work out of the fucking Walmart, okay, Home Depot, and his wife is at home cooking and taking care of the kids and has a low voice, and she lives in America. Are you fucking kidding me? Are you fucking kidding me? You got immigrants coming over every day that some have been here, okay? I know some. My son dates these people. Okay, he dates Latina women. They don't act like us. That's like he dates them. He didn't want to get he didn't want to get a wife. He didn't want to get a girlfriend that acts like his mother and his grandmother and the rest of the black family. He didn't want them. Okay, he wanted a submissive, quiet. Uh, a woman that will actually do what he says, and they do. He's in L.A. So I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. You know women ain't the same. You know white women ain't the same. Why do you think black guys are dating white women? Okay, or white girls? Okay, they don't act the same as black girls. You guys go to school with this shit. You guys keep saying the same shit. Stop repeating what black women tell you. Yeah, oh yeah. He works 500. Yeah, he can't get submission because this woman. Look at her mother. Her mother was never. She's not a submissive woman. None of them are. If she's black, she's not raised to be submissive. That's just it. Okay. What black what what black woman that you know, rich or not, is submissive? Even the ones that have been raised to be more genteel and upper class are not submissive either. They're not submissive. They carry their femininity a different way because they were trained. They let you know that black women let you know they don't give a fuck about what you think about the way they look. That with them big ass eyelashes, the weave, the colored hair, the tats, all that kind of stuff. They don't give a fuck. They don't give a fuck about what you like. None of them. Gen X is not much better than millennials. Okay, Gen X is not much better than millennials. Okay, Gen X has had more time to acquire more wealth, but the thing is, even at that, Gen X, only 4 or 5% of them make over 100K. What the fuck you talking about? Now let's go ahead and see if we can find this thing with Gabe and Obsidian, man. I'm really getting sick of this shit because number one, they try to call Kevin gay, man. I'm not gonna slag the dude, man, because I don't know what his sexuality is, man. This soft soy boy talking shit about what telling black men what they need to make. And Obsidian entertained that shit, man, which bothers me. 'Cause it did pop up on my feed. I listened to about 5 seconds of that. So why the fuck is this guy? If a chick can get a dude to actually spend that kind of money on her on a date, God bless her. Okay, I ain't saying that she shouldn't. I'm saying that she shouldn't get what she can. Okay, she can finagle a guy, spend that kind of money, and I know women that do. I know women that do.
Okay. Okay. Good luck with that. Let's continue. My man on the PayPal, my man, long form conversations with black women in real time.
That's what I'm talking about when I say it's rooted in white supremacy ideology.
That it is important that something.
Now, you've been following me around Clubhouse, running your mouth. You don't want to get funky with me. You know how I get down. So we can talk about you and your crew if you like, them bad wigs you're wearing. You're not married, trying to coach women how to get married. You're not married. You're sending half naked pictures to Negroes over on Clubhouse. Keep my name out your mouth, wig. Okay? And you enjoy your night. Obsidian, thanks for having me tonight.
Oh dear. Okay, what have I got myself into here? My understanding is that
No,
Clubhouse
it's a
has
dude.
its own ecosystem. I just stepped my toe into it. So
I have a big following there. And
yeah.
And Wig, she's irrelevant. She uses me for clout whenever she can. She can't even choose a good wig, but she wants to coach. You have to have men, women, and their legacy, which are their children, married, one household, and that's how you begin to build your community. And once you begin your community, you can climb those 5 ladders that Dr. Claude Anderson talks about, and really combat white supremacy. But you cannot combat it if your family dynamic is not intact.
They've been saying that for goddamn 100 years. Okay, been saying that shit for 100 years, and they tried to fix it, and women refuse to actually go along with the program. Stop.
This is why Jews are successful in this country. Asians.
Jews are successful in this country because Jews are white. And Jews have been started their climb to success 1,500 years ago. They didn't just started doing it when they got here. Stop it comparing white European Jews who have a different history to us. Jews actually help finance your slavery. Okay.
And even Hispanics, they're a little further ahead than we are.
No, Hispanics are not further ahead than we are. Okay.
Because they have a family dynamic, they have a community intact, and we don't have that. So
you do have a community intact. It's just deformed.
That's the whole thing about me. That's why I do what I do. And yeah.
Okay. All right. Let me get a couple more super chats in here. Miss Sade from the Shay Sade channel says with the $2 super chat, she says coffee dates only. Gabe may have some words for that. Thank you so much for that, Miss Sade. My man Diz Wavy in the building with the $10 super chat. He said, "Let's get it. I've been waiting." Thank you so much for that. We also have W. Alfonso in the building with the $10 super chat. Appreciate you, brother. Y'all keep those super chats, cash apps, and PayPals rolling in, $ Obsidian Radio, or on PayPal, www.paypal.me/Obsidian Talk Radio. Let me ask you a question, Gabe.
Sure.
Now I do agree with you. Now I don't consider myself pro-black, capital P, capital R, in that sense, but I do think that it is important that something be done in the 21st century Black American community. We got to do something.
Right.
What that is, we can debate it, but we have to.
You don't believe in the community. You're the first one that don't believe in it and talking that shit. Come on.
Couple of heavy hitters. The late Francis Quest Welsing, Claude Anderson is still with us.
Yes.
Do you think they have any idea? Because I know that they talk about Black issues from a different angle than what we do here on Black social media, the Black manosphere, and so forth. Do you think that they have any idea what's going on Black social media today? And if so, what do you think their take is?
Tad.
Dr. Anderson, probably not. But in the ISIS papers that Dr. Francis wrote, she actually talked about it a little bit. Now, social media wasn't around in 1991. But she talked about the contention that Black men and Black women have. So if she was alive today, I think she would be aware of it. And I think she'd be truly heartbroken because a lot of the divisiveness is rooted in white supremacy ideology. It is rooted in that.
All right. Let me stop you right there. Because that's a very popular talking point among Black women. And to be fair, they're not the only ones. Dr. Umar Johnson mentioned this. We're talking about it now. So my point is that it's not just Black women. There are some Black men who say this, that Black men, and we can get granular with it, but overall, Black men are essentially white supremacist light. They're racism light because they are adhering. They are attempting to hold Black women to Eurocentric beauty standards, and that to norms that are associated with Miss Anne, and that's unfair. What are your thoughts about that? And I have a follow up. I know you heard this colorism, featureism. You can't have a strong Black woman, body positivity. These arguments are basically saying you want us, you being Black men, want us being Black women to be essentially a Barbie doll dipped in chocolate. What do you say to that?
I don't believe that. I do believe Black men want Black women to be work mules, and we can get to that in a minute. But I don't believe Black men are doing that. No, it's not that severe. There are some that put on that and they push that narrative. But for the most part, I don't believe a lot of Black men are doing it. I really don't.
So when you say you think what's going on between Black men and Black women, you work with Black women, and so you're basically holding Black men's feet to the fire. Okay, so what is white supremacist about this coffee date and pizza date piece?
Yeah, well, it encourages Black women to settle for less, and it pushes Black women to be masculine. And white supremacists like that because they understand that if the community is led by the matriarchs, which are the women, then it can be crushed. So that's why I say it's rooted in white supremacy. There's plenty of talking points we could get into, but as far as what I'm concerned, when Black men are saying we need Black women to go 50-50, we need Black women to contribute to the household, we need Black women to go right back to work after they birth our legacy, we need Black women to help us lead, or we want to be team players, or I need for us to have equal decision. When we start talking about stuff like that, that's what I'm talking about when I say it's rooted in white supremacy ideology.
So let me push back a little bit on that because don't Black women themselves often say that they want to be an equal partner in a relationship? That if sometimes the locus of control kind of flows back and forth between the man and the woman, and sometimes the woman is better at something and she should take the lead, and sometimes the man is better at something and he should take the lead. So wouldn't that be part and parcel of this white supremacist ideology that you're talking about?
Some Black women do that, the feminists and the womanists.
They all do it. You're starting to lie, okay? Starting to lie. That's a lie. They've been doing it. They've been doing it since the 1850s. Go back and read Fraser's book. These motherfuckers don't read, man. These motherfuckers don't read. You're supposed to be intellectual. You're supposed to be pro-Black. You don't even fucking read your own fucking literature. But I blame the academics for this shit because the academics hide this stuff. You know, academics steer people away from this stuff. They already know this stuff. They already know this stuff. You know, Dr. Tommy Curry has been digging this stuff up for the past 10, 15 years, man. But they ignore him because they don't because black women want to be in charge. They wanted to be in charge in 1960s. Okay, saying has nothing to do with fucking white supremacy. They've been that way.
Who I do not co-sign or associate with. When we talk about black women today, black women want to live a soft life and they want black men to lead. Okay,
that's bullshit. That's bullshit. They want to live a soft life now because the taxes are. They wasn't saying that no fucking hell 3 years ago they wasn't saying it. Most of them still ain't saying it.
Totally different than 25 years ago when you were probably my age. When you were younger, what you're saying, yeah, a lot of black women were out here saying, yeah, we want to be equal partners and I want to have as much say as the man and 50-50. Yeah, women were leading with that. But women my age and younger, they saw how their aunts and their moms and their grandmothers suffered from that mindset. And so their mindset has changed. It's a totally different woman. So when black women today are saying, look, brothers, we want to follow you. We want you to.
They don't. It doesn't matter. You just can't flick a switch and decide that's what you want. You don't tell us what you need, what you want. Okay. You don't tell us what you want. You didn't socialize these boys to do this. You socialized these boys and put them in these schools, in these feminist ass schools to go 50-50. That's what they're gonna do. Shut the fuck up and dig with it, right? You weren't socialized to be a wife. Okay. Soft life. Okay. Did you train these black boys to come out, be kick ass, and earn millions of dollars? No. You suppressed them. You still suppress them. And then you want to talk shit.
To take the lead. We want to live a soft life. We want to submit. We want to cooperate. But y'all aren't giving us anything to follow or cooperate with.
That's the whole thing. Either you're trained to do it or you aren't. That's what the fucking submission is. Okay? It's a fucking lie. You weren't trained to submit. Okay? You weren't trained to submit. Latinos were trained to submit. You weren't trained to submit. You never were. So all this shit is a lie.
Now you mentioned the late great Kevin Samuels, my good friend and brother.
Yeah,
so
okay.
The past 2 years, we've seen nothing but black women. Now, on the one hand, this is very interesting. On the one hand, and I know you've seen the shows. On the one hand, the ladies would call in and they would say what's now known today as a soft life. They would use different wording because he would ask them questions. Would you like to, what percentage of bills you would like to pay? Is rarely beyond. I mean, every so often you get sisters say 50-50. But in most cases, it's either nothing or a very small percentage. 20, 25% or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
But they would still say they want to be an equal partner.
Yeah.
Now that's right now in the present, not 25, 30.
They're not 25 years ago. Exactly. How do you answer that? See, these motherfuckers be lying. They be lying their ass off.
Years ago. That's right now in the present. Ace Metaphor, I know you know that name. Ace Metaphor has a TV show called Tonight's Conversation. They just got finished having an episode talking about independent women and the men and the women should work together and be equals and all the rest of it. So it's not something that happened back in the in the time of Ichabod Crane. This is something that's happening right now. You got black women right now who want the soft life, but at the same time they want to be an equal partner.
That is a small select Obsidian. And see, this is the thing. This is my issue with a lot of brothers.
Okay.
You take the
small select. Get the fuck out of here. I'll let him finish. I'll let him finish up, and then we're gonna go ahead and cut. Get tired of hearing this shit.
All few. So all these loudmouth women on social media, they go on these shows embarrassing black women, and the women that would call in to Kevin Samuel's show. We take these few women and then we apply this brush to the whole collective. And I'm telling you, somebody who speaks to hundreds of women a month. Talk to women. When I'm on Clubhouse, I got 200 women that are in my rooms, and we're having this conversation. And those women on these shows, and that would call into Kevin shows, they don't speak for them. All right, so sure, you got those women over here that think that. I'd be a fool to say that's not true, Obsidian. Mm-hmm. I'm not an idiot. I'm not a panderer. Some of these talking points that you and Kevin make are very valid when it comes to women. What I'm saying is that most of the women, the ones who are a lot more quiet, the ones who aren't all on social media, the ones I'm talking to, the ones my colleagues are talking to, these women are saying, by and large, we want men to lead. Those women sitting up saying, I want to be equal partners and I want to have equal. They don't speak for me. So this is what we want. We want to live a soft life. We want to rest in our femininity, and we want the men to lead. So that's a small.
They want to rest in their femininity. That's bullshit. Okay?
Larger collective of black women.
That's bullshit. Larger collective black. That's bullshit. Okay, get the fuck out of here. Go ahead and end this. Get the fuck out of here. That's bullshit. Okay, that's bullshit. And y'all listen to that bullshit. Y'all listen to this bullshit, and you know it's not true. It ain't deceit and treachery. They're straight up lying. Well, this is what they saying. Motherfucker, you don't even date them. These are ones you work with. You don't date them. You ain't married to them. You don't date them. These are the ones that you work with, that your girlfriends, and they lie and tell you this is what they want. But the thing is, they don't submit. If, in other words, if he earns this much money or that much money, I might think about feigning submission. I might try to act right. Okay, and what guys are finding out, you know, you can go any place else in the world and be a regular dude and get the same thing. And get the same fucking thing. Anyway, I'm gonna drop the link in a minute. This is called training. This is called socialization. Me and Nameless have been following this stuff all over the world, right? It's it it's a function of culture, right? Okay, culture is the intersection between your environment and your nature, your human nature, right? Your biological nature. Okay, that's the intersection, right? When you change one of those two factors, guess what's going to happen? The culture is going to change. You can't change the biology that quickly. Okay, so the only thing can change is your environment, and human beings are very good at sculpting out their environment. Okay, when you introduce an iPhone into the physical environment, guess what happens? The way you date changes. Okay, not rapidly, but the way you date changes, and the rules that have to be formed around dating with an iPhone, around an app or on the internet. Okay, it takes a generation for that to actually solidify. That's how come you see all this upsetment with people. Oh, well, guys are lonely, or guys can't find a date, or blah blah blah, because you're on a dating app. Okay, you don't realize if you go outside, you can figure this stuff out because rules haven't been written for that. The silent generation, my mother's silent generation. Okay, they start telling black women that you need to, the new world's coming. What you need to do is go to school, get a job, be independent. So you have to depend on a man, okay? Because they didn't like their lot. They didn't like their lot in life. They didn't like having to stay at home. Okay, they wanted to be themselves. Their eyes were watching God. She said the same thing. This was in the 30s. Okay. She said the exact same thing. Zora Neale Hurston said the exact same thing. And their eyes were watching God. They wanted to be bigger. They wanted a better life. They wanted to have adventure, right? They wanted to be their full self. And they couldn't be that in a marriage, because guess what? The guy couldn't be that in marriage either. He couldn't be his full self either. He was tied to a wife and kids. So we had to go to work. He had to work 12, 13 hours a fucking day. Okay. He couldn't be his full self either. That's the lot that you have when you cast in. So what you're gonna take a chick and keep her at home, so she can have a soft life while you bang out 80 hours a week. What do you get in return? That's what Kevin was saying. What do you get in return? You don't get a chance to just ask for that. You got to give something back in return. They're not giving anything back. We want them to lead. Of course, if somebody's going to take care of me and give me a rich life and whatnot, and hell, I would kind of let them lead too, but they don't, because I talk to guys at that level. They always got something to say. They always got something to say. They always got something to say, and most of them, want to rebel anyway, because they get tired of work. You hear this all the time. If um, you put them in a mansion, okay, and they're a regular person, they want to work at Home Depot because they don't want you to dominate them. It's built in. It's built into the culture. It's not gonna. That's not gonna happen. So motherfuckers lying. He always says those are the small minority of people that are saying that shit. It's bullshit. But I'm gonna drop the link because I want to hear you hear all this stuff about Charles and Willie P talk about you got to pay for submission. Bullshit. So anyway, let me go ahead and drop this link. and we'll get busy. 'Cause I don't hear what you guys got to say. Cause I don't know why. I really don't know why you guys listen to these motherfuckers, man. About how you had to find 100K or make 100K. These bras don't even make 100K themselves. It's a number out there. That's what Dr. Johnson said. You got women, girls in the freshmen in college, sitting next to the same guy that's barely just have a ton of loans and barely scraping by to actually stay in college and finish. Want a man that makes 100K. Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here. So all you submission guys that think that you can buy submission or think that to change the culture, to change the black culture, that you gotta make 100K. Number one, good luck making a fucking 100K in this society, especially in this goddamn coming this coming wave that's coming. Because trust and believe, this is just a tip. You got your camera on, bitter, unless you want it on. Babe, you got the camera on. You
I
good?
know. Yeah,
Okay.
I'm good. Who gonna fire me? I'm retired. I ain't worried about nobody.
Okay. No, number one, this 100K shit, basically you're getting ready to go into motherfucking stagflation, right? All you these big bankers and shit are already starting to lay off their people. FedEx is starting to lay off people, right? Talk about the deliveries might not be on time. You got a fucking a European crisis where Europe may freeze to death during this winter, right? So you're seeing a
Mhm.
Yep.
collapse of what you think, or what you think this white financial system is, and you fucking telling me that you worried about bitches and fucking coffee dates. Okay,
I'm
fuck
not.
that.
Well, we're having real time BGS. We're having real time climate adjustment year by year, like BGS. Literally, I know you know we just had a goddamn heat wave in September
Yeah.
for
Oh, yeah, yeah.
7 days straight.
Well, the thing is, when
This,
finally Biden administration actually did something by had them put up them chemtrails and start seeding them goddamn clouds and cooling it off.
but I've been
Otherwise,
noticing that for three. It's been 4 years. I've been noticing that since I was in high school.
the thing is, this they've been talking about this, man, for the last the last 40 years, man. Art Bell started talking about this in the mid 90s about chemtrails and climate control. Okay, it's not new. Okay, the thing is nobody wants to believe it, and people too lazy to actually read. Okay, so now that it's in your goddamn face, people are worried about it. This has been coming for a long time, man. You got droughts all over the planet. So you're gonna have a food crisis, you're gonna have a money crisis, you're gonna have an energy crisis, all at the same goddamn time. And we ain't even talk about the banking crisis that's gonna come behind it. So
Hey,
motherfuckers, go ahead.
do you remember years ago when I was living in Ohio and I had this discussion with y'all where I talked about how meet the press, they said in the next 12 years, the world is about to go through some changes that there's nothing anybody can do about it.
Yeah,
You remember? Yeah.
yeah,
This is what you're talking about right now. The climate control, the low birth rate, the huge birth rates in non-melanated people, the change in the weather and whatnot. I mean, you're living through it right now. When I made that video, what, 4 or 5 years ago?
yeah, oh, yeah, but they've been, I mean, they've been talking about this for the last 20 years, man. So it's the thing is
Yeah,
that people don't want to believe it, but now they have
no,
to.
they do not.
Yeah,
No, they
I
do
mean,
not, because things are getting critical now.
they they're beyond critical. Okay, they're beyond critical. People are scared, and I know they're scared. That's like these chicks that talk about this goddamn soft life, and now black men, we need you to leave. They wasn't talking that shit even 2 years ago. They
You
need
know, it's
black men to
crazy.
leave.
BGS.
Hmm.
It's funny. It's funny how like as the times change, my mama become more agreeable. That shit is like interesting. It's very interesting. Like as things progressively get more
Oh,
dire, like the
uh-huh. Oh,
female family members get extremely more agreeable,
uh-huh.
like to the point of like beyond submission,
Hold on a
like
second.
just
Truth is, I
straight.
know it. Who are you, man?
This is true. What's going
Okay.
on?
All right. All right. I just want to make sure.
Okay,
Yep.
no bots, no bots. Yeah.
Yeah.
No trolls.
No trolls. Yeah.
But that's
Yeah.
still
Because
interesting.
the title, the name is kind of funny. because you got the I in it. So
Yeah, I
and
changed
you
the
don't.
I because they took my old PayPal.
Oh, okay.
Something happened with their software or something, and then I couldn't like log into my not the PayPal, but the Cash App. So I
Okay.
wanted my Cash App to match my YouTube channel, so I put the I on there.
Oh, okay. All right. I want to make sure. Yeah, because you don't have the same symbol. Had to make sure. All right. Go ahead. Go ahead, Pookie. You were saying something?
I was just saying, but I just always find it's interesting like how like before like when I was telling my mom about like the housing crisis that was coming and stuff like that, and then the rising
Mm-hmm.
inflation and the gas prices. She was telling me, like when it was like $4, I was telling her it's gonna get like close to $10, but she didn't believe me. But like
Mm-hmm.
when it was touching like seven, like just like 2.5 months ago, and then that's when I noticed like the trend where she like started to believe more what I say, and then I noticed like a change in a lot of like not even just
Yeah.
her, but a lot of the female
Yeah.
members of
They
like my
they
family just
they're
started
scared.
doing shit. Well, my
Oh,
grandma
it.
was my grandma was always like that. She was always, but she got 2 degrees, so it's like she's
Mm,
from a different era. So
yeah.
she's from your era, so she always was like that, and she'd be
Cause she
arguing and stuff like that. Yeah.
because her parents came up through Jim Crow and Depression.
Mhm.
And they told the stories. Okay, you don't. She didn't go. The boomers didn't go through it. But the thing is, they had parents that went through it, and so you have grandparents and parents that went through that shit. So you hear the stories, so you know that it can happen. But kids like you don't. You like your mother and you. Okay, you don't because those stories haven't been passed down
Well,
because
I mean, I know
you don't.
now.
Yeah, well, you know what I'm saying. You know now. What I'm saying is that's how come it's not real to them because they've lived in this post World War II bubble, for the past 70 years. So they don't believe the fat meat's greasy until they start
I'm about to say that
slipping and
that
falling.
Like sleeping on hay
Oh
for
man,
beds.
they're gonna wish for hay. They're gonna wish for hay. But but the thing is that I'm going back and forth with Sergeant Willie P. You show people, you explain it. You have people that are on Passport Bros that tell you exactly that what I'm telling you is exactly true. But you all keep spouting the same bullshit, which is fine, okay. But things you niggas keep, even though you hear all this information, you see it. But thing is, you keep going back and forth with the same. Why you believe these motherfuckers? Okay, it's not fucking true. It's not fucking true, okay? It's impossible for every black man to earn $100,000. Impossible for every man in this culture to earn $100,000, 100K. It's impossible, okay?
especially
Not
in
even
this
close.
economy.
Where,
It
where,
ain't like the 50s.
where in the world? Where in the world? You know, does every citizen earn 100K? Every man 100K in any society?
Well, BGS, there's like
You gotta be
there's at
smart,
least two
bro.
One time,
things
one
wrong
time,
with
one
what
time.
he's saying. Because one of the things that he says, the first thing that he says is he kind of builds a straw man, and he says that you're saying it's not about the money, like in a general sense, and that's not really what you've said.
Yeah.
Now, maybe he can choose to infer that based off what you didn't say, but that's not fair, right? That's not fair to say, well, you didn't say this, so my takeaway is this. Because you're not saying, black man, it doesn't matter how much money you make. Black women are never going to submit. That's not really what you're saying.
Okay. Look at Will Smith. How many celebrities do we have to show you that make good gobs of money? Okay, gobs of money,
Right.
top of the chart. Okay,
More than
He un-
black women would
but he
ever want
understands
and
that
any
though.
need.
He knows that. But this is
what
what
why the fuck does he keep saying it though?
well, this is why. Because I agree with his sentiment and what he's saying, but I think he misapplies it to you. That's what I don't like. I'm like, why are you coming at BGS for something that he never said? Because first of all, his whole video and his series of videos on this are straw man because you're not saying what he's saying you're saying. But his
Okay.
premise, which I kind of agree with, is he goes, what black men should do
Mm-hmm.
is that we should build ourselves up so strong where the women that we deal with, we now have the economic force as a group collective to shift the whole
Okay.
table, to make the whole table shift in
Okay.
our
Okay.
direction.
Okay.
And I think that's
Okay.
as a
Number,
theory. I think that's
number,
true.
number, it's a
Oh,
theory,
boy.
but the thing, number one, how the fuck do you do it?
Well, it's going to take a lot of time. A lot
How
of
much
time.
time? No, how much time?
You're not going to do
No,
it
no,
with
no,
a
no, no, no. How much time?
Two
Especially,
generations minimum.
especially in a declining society. Okay, so you're gonna leap over all these people.
That's what
You
we're
know how
saying.
long?
Yeah.
You know how long it took the Jews to do that shit?
Right.
How long did it take the
So
Jews? No, hold on a second. How long did it take the Jews to do it? The people use the Jews. How long did it take them to do it?
I don't know. It's a good. I don't know.
It took them 1,500 years. We got 1,500 years.
Nope.
No.
Bro,
Nah.
we barely had
We lucky we got
barely had
1,500
300.
Where
That nigga
do
said-
you got? Where the fuck do you guys draw these conclusions from? Where's the model? Where's the model that you guys are using?
Well,
Very
no, it's
easy.
no
It's
model.
not
It's
history.
not even
No,
a
no, no,
theory.
no,
It's
no,
just
no.
a,
Probability.
No, no, no.
what do you call
Probability,
it?
bro.
Hey,
hypothesis.
okay.
Oh,
Number
stop.
one,
It's a
we're not
hypothesis.
going to interject. I'm talking to truth right now, right? If you keep this up and start dropping people down, bringing people up one at a time, is that what you guys want? Is that what you want?
No, sir.
I want to hear from everybody. Is this what you want? Because
No, sir.
I'm not really in the mood to play today, right? You can hear it in my voice, okay? My patience is very thin right now, okay? So I'm talking the truth. I'm asking for a question. Where's the people keep pushing this shit out? Where's the goddamn economic model for this? Where is it?
Okay, I got a model for it. Okay, but I don't know if it's going to support his argument, because we could just look right here in America and we can go, well, which demographic, which, quote unquote racial demographic has the most economic success? And we will go Asian men. We could go Asian men have the most economic success.
Okay.
And they have the most submissive women.
So
but their
go ahead,
women are dating out at the highest numbers. So what's that really say then? It's not really about the
why are Asian women submissive?
Culture.
Where's money in that?
It's power. It's not necessarily it's power and influence.
No. It's called an agreement.
Yeah.
It's an agreement.
What's the power of the cultures? That cultural inertia, that cultural power that influences people.
Where's cultural inertia come from? No, hold on a second. Let me finish with him, and you can say something, right? Okay. How long did it take Asian women to become submissive like that?
Yeah, I don't know exactly. Probably quite a while.
Like 2,000 years.
Right. Yeah. China's got a 4,000 year written history, so they know 5,000 year written history, so they've got a lot of time to shape the culture the way they've wanted to.
So you think Latin women just all of a sudden, the poor Latin women all of a sudden came out of nowhere to be submissive?
I'm not saying that, no.
So where's the goddamn money in that? Okay, Asians earn money for a very good reason, right? Their culture tends towards what? It's called something really, really simple.
Education,
right?
And they bring their best Asians over here.
Well, if you go back in Asia, they have a long history of doing what? Studying. Okay, that's what they do. It's part of their culture. What's not part of your culture as a black person?
Yes,
as a slave culture.
Education.
Study education, right? After you have all these educated women, okay, for the last 60 years, okay, guess who still studies the least?
That's
including
us.
them.
Yeah.
Including them. Okay.
Yeah.
So in other words, if you want to change the goddamn culture, where do you start? You start with kick-ass men. You start with the children. It always starts with the children. When China wanted to reform, when Mao wanted to reform China, the Chinese people, he sent all the intellectuals to work camps. Where did he start? Where did he start? Started with the kids. What do you think when the Prussians wanted to form a united Germany? You think they started with the adults? Where'd they start?
Yeah, I don't know. I'm gonna assume the kids. These are
the
leading
kids.
questions.
The Prussian school system. You start with the goddamn kids, which nobody talks about. Which me and Bay have been saying for goddamn ever. You start with the children. Go ahead, Bay.
Hold on, BGS.
Getting back.
Real quick. Let me interject
So
here.
go ahead, because wait, hold on. I don't want to lose this point.
Go ahead.
All right. The whole reason why you have Asian women who are submissive to Asian men is because there's no welfare office in Beirut. Okay, I know I keep saying that because it's funny. If you know where it came from, then you understand. There's no welfare office in Beirut. Either you get along with the program or you starve and die. In a lot of countries, they do not have social programs to take care of women. All right, whether they're single or have children or whatever, they fall on the men. They have no choice but to submit to the men. Asian men are very strict. They're very stern. You're talking about a government, a dictatorial government that outlawed the number of children you could have, especially females, because everywhere in the country, women outnumber the men. Am I lying?
Okay, well, the thing is, they don't have a liberal culture. Okay,
Right. They do not. They don't
have a liberal
do
culture.
that feminist stuff. They don't care. Don't go over there talking about some trying to spread Christianity. You might as well be a black man living in 1952 Mississippi. They don't play that shit. So yes, you have a lot of Asian women, especially that are here in the United States. They jump the second greatest financial power structure, which is of course European.
Even when black women could not get fucking welfare, they still weren't submissive.
No, they were not, because they knew they could depend on white men to take care of them. They used to.
No.
Nobody asked. What is you talking about?
White women were getting welfare for years. They're way more submissive than ours. Where'd that come from?
Exactly. Well, this is the thing. There's no real rules with submission. It's not like, well, if all these men have all this money, the women are going to be submissive. That's not necessarily true. And if the women are on welfare, they're going to be submissive, or off welfare, they're going to be submission. There's not these hard and fast rules. There's different ways to skin a cat. Except for what you're saying, BGS. So here's where it really comes down to is it starts in the home. Yes. And as black men, not enough black men. We don't talk like this, because this is what I did when I choose my wife. I go, I want a wife who's going to help me develop a child, who's going to be a woman that can be a wife and be a great wife and mother for another black man. That was a major reason why I chose the wife I did, because I knew she was going to impart the type of values in my children that I wanted. And I want my daughter to be a great wife and a family woman, and to be able to carry on our family legacy with a successful, husband and man. And so as black men, like what I think where Sergeant Willie Pete misses the mark is he never has that. I mean, we don't have that as a culture, though. We don't have that discussion.
All right, somebody need to.
No, I got him. That's Gigi.
All right, but I think you're missing out on the whole thing, because right now, and I'm not trying to, but it's like right now you're majoring in the minor. What you do in your home is beautiful. I will not discount that. I'm glad
he's married to a white woman.
Doesn't matter, as long as you're trying to teach your daughters, your daughters and your sons or whatever, how to be decent human beings and respect the culture and whatever, and not be all what the fuck ever is going on out here. That's a beautiful thing. But you're talking about 0.01% or whatever.
White women are socialized differently. Everybody knows
right.
that.
Because they know, I put it to you like this: white women being on welfare and social programs is shameful.
Okay, look, bro, nobody's majoring in minors.
Why is it?
You're missing the point.
No, truth. This is my show.
It's your show.
Thank you. I'm talking to him. Okay.
Well, let me know when I can address that.
Well, thing is, number one, how many people we got on the panel?
Just briefly.
17.
We got 9 people on the panel, right?
I just want to address that briefly. Just let me know.
Number one, I want to tell you, where does shame come from, Bay?
Where does what? The shame come from?
Yes.
It comes. I'll put it like this: the financial shame that you're dealing with right now.
Where does it? It's cultural, okay?
Yeah, cultural, right? That's right.
It's not cultural shameful in the black community, is it?
No, it is not, because we've always, in the United States, we've always been quote unquote poor. whereas they have always been financially well off. So yes, as
No,
a
they
white
have
woman,
not. No,
you
they have
haven't.
not. No, they
Hold
have
on,
not.
I'm talking about after slavery. Matter of fact,
Even
really
even
during
after
slavery,
slavery, even
because
after
even
slavery.
during slavery, because do understand that everybody was trying to, just like they do today, they try to live vicariously through somebody rich or famous, usually famous that's perceived as rich. People
Most
tend to do that.
most
White people do that a lot.
most white people did not get lifted out of poverty until after FDR. Okay, after
Exactly.
so then and that we're not talking about hundreds of years. Most white people came over poor ass immigrants, and they were poor. Okay, they're
Yeah.
poor.
Well,
So
well, let me
this is
explain
not. Go ahead,
it. In this country,
clean it up. I'm
we're
talking about this
saying,
country. Clean it up.
I, I am. In this country, for white
Mm,
folks, it's shameful for you to be on welfare because it's like when we see a white bum, we like he white people in wrong. Do we not say that as a joke? If you're a poor white person, do we not
mm.
say you're white people in wrong?
I'm talking about their culture. What do they say?
That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah. So
That's exactly what I'm talking about. Because we say that as an indication on their culture. Like, how are you poor and you're white? You have every advantage given to you.
It's capitalism.
What I'm
Right.
saying,
So
what I'm
go
saying
ahead. I'm
is,
sorry.
even when you give black women the same goddamn advantages, the same shit, guess what they did? They bounced because they never want to be with you the first. That's why do you think Monahan did all this shit, man? We did all this studies. He went to Clark, he went to Frazier, said, "What the fuck is wrong with these people?"
Mm-hmm.
That's what
The
he did.
pathology. The
Okay,
pathology.
Yo,
Yeah,
pathology.
well, they never. You're right. They never wanted to be with us. The second that
Exactly,
they got
exactly. That's what we're saying.
the offer of welfare and how to get it by kicking us out of
Exactly.
the house, be it by hook or crook,
No,
start a fight, call the police, tell the police he hit you or whatever. The police,
oh,
even if it's an argument and there's no licks passed, the police are going to remove you from the house.
okay. The thing
You
is,
can
let's
go ahead and have that welfare paper signed, and now you're fucked as a black man.
the thing. Okay, that's recent. Okay, the thing is under FDR. Okay, AFDC, which is federal welfare, right? And this is pretty much the same what all in all the states, right? There's a pretty good book that goes through the child support system, which talks about federal welfare, right? Black women didn't get it to 1961, but the thing is under
Mm-hmm.
AFDC, it was supposed to be temporary. Okay, that's why it's under Social Security, Title IV Social Security. It's actually a Social Security Act. Okay, it's supposed to be replaced by death benefits from your husband's Social Security. Okay, it was
Mm-hmm.
never supposed to be permanent. So for you to get it as a widow and an orphan, you had to have been married. First of all, husband's supposed to be dead. Okay, he made allowances for it during the Depression because men, white men especially, had to go
Traveled.
travel for work and they may not come back. So he had to be abandoned. Okay, two things had to be abandoned, right? When you walk it, especially in the 1960s, walk in for welfare. Okay, I need to apply for AFDC. Okay, where's your husband? Okay, were you married? Yes. Okay, where's your husband? He either has to be dead or abandoned. So is he dead? If you dead, got to have a death certificate. If he's abandoned, you got to check this box and prove it. Went to the whole 1960s about the man in the house rule because it never supposed to be a man in the house. It wasn't built for that.
yo, can I say something? Then I'm about to
That's
get up
where
out
I
of here.
am.
Okay, Gigi.
That's exactly where I was.
Okay. Gigi gets the floor because Gigi gets the PhD preference. Go ahead, Gigi,
All right, man. So I told people
and speak
along.
up a little bit because
Can
we
you
can
hear
barely
me,
hear you.
man?
Salute,
Am I
Dr.
loud
Gigi.
enough? Am I loud enough?
Yeah, we
Now
can hear
you
you.
are.
God damn, I got to
Yeah.
yell in this hoe. All right,
Yeah.
but
Hey.
I know you.
Hey.
I know you testy right now, so I ain't trying to fuck with you. You understand?
Oh no.
GG.
Hey, Gigi. When you're on and you start talking, guess what I do? I pick up a paper and pencil.
All
Okay,
right,
that's
so
what I do.
okay, so look, I turned up the input on my
Okay.
mic, so it should be better
All
off now.
others I teach.
All right, so
Mhm.
look, I came out with a public service announcement 2 years ago when I first got on YouTube, and I
Okay.
basically want to echo what you said earlier. This whole notion that money is going to buy you submission in the current cultural climate that we exist in the United States is laughable. I pointed to Chris Rock. I pointed to Luther Campbell. I pointed to Michael Jordan, Emmett Smith, Tiger Woods, even a white woman. There's no way that money can buy you out of a woman deciding to be a bitch and to take advantage of social and legal policy that exists within the United States. You can go get umfufu.
Eddie Murphy told you this shit a long time ago. You can go get Fufu, bring that motherfucker back to the United States, and if she gets caught up in a certain cultural climate, they're gonna be like, this is what you can get, girl. This is what you can do, girl.
Mm-hmm.
So the whole idea that you can buy your way into submission when you got the laws that exist and you got the culture that exists is not going to happen. Now, the best thing you can do if you want to get a passport and go fuck temporarily and go have like a vicarious experience of what it's like to be a man in a different country, go do that. But as soon as you bring a motherfucker back here, I mean, I ain't going to say it can't never happen, but I mean, the likelihood is that, you know, she'll continue on in her, you know, her own cultural practices, but there's a chance that this motherfucker can shift on you. I'm gonna tell you, and here's what I got to say about this soft shit, right? Get a soft motherfucker pregnant and see how hard our ass gets. And she can take half your shit. See how soft she is after that. Yeah. That's the main look. I love Kevin Samuel's show because it pointed out the delusion of a lot of these women, you know, claiming that they want these men in these, you know, high social and economic positions, and they, you know, they look like shit, most of them. And, you know, they got kids already, and they have attitudinal issues. So, like, what the fuck would you want to get with them for? But the larger issue I had with it was, who wants to fuck around with these people in the climate that exists where these women can take your ass through the ringer? And then they'll be laughing at you. And then you'll be sitting in a motherfucking studio apartment wondering what the fuck happened. This is why, you know, this whole notion that you can force a woman into compliance through money. Now, I mean, temporarily you can get anybody to do some shit for some cash. Motherfuckers to do something strange for a piece of change temporarily. But when you hit yourself to somebody legally, and then they have a way out, and then they can finagle lawyers and court systems against you, man, watch out, bro. Yeah. You know what I'm saying?
The Court of Chancery rules family.
Money's
a
tool, not a solution. So that's all I had to say. Like, it's the laws. That's why, you know, Dr. Johnson's 14-point plan, whether you like it or not, whether you think it's solvent or not, whether you think it's doable or not, it's going to take some shit that's hard. Like, one of the reasons why women are not submissive in the black community is because of slavery. It's because of feminism and white women doing what they could to drive a wedge between black men and women and white men too. Okay? And then also, you know, the whole fucking attitudinal issue right now, man, they have bought into this racism, man. This anti-black misandric racism. They have bought into it. Anytime you got a woman like Cynthia G, I don't give a fuck how much trauma somebody got. She got a daddy. Okay? Anytime you can hate your own fucking daddy because a nigga dumped your ass or a nigga hit you and said fuck you, you know what I'm saying? Anytime you can get somebody to hate their fathers, you know it's already foregone, man. And I've seen many women, man, have attitudinal issues with their daddies, and they daddies, they're trying to do the best they can. Come fix shit, come fix tires, come make sure their car's all right, and they still saying shit under the breath about their daddy. So I'm like, man, fuck you. Because I know that's how you think about me. If I fix your tire, you're going to be with your friends the next day saying shit under your breath about how I ain't managing up or fitting up. All that soft girl shit is to me is fuck you, pay me. I ain't got to put shit in. Even though I said I want to put shit in for myself, I want to be a cosmopolitan bitch. So, okay, now you cosmopolitan, but now you want to be soft now? No, motherfucker, that's why I say, like in Israel, them bitches go to war. You understand what I'm saying? Everybody is obligated to fucking be in the military in that bitch, women included. You know what I'm saying? If you want this shit, if you want equality, motherfucker, you gonna get it. And I say men should give it to them all the way live. Don't fucking, all this soft shit, I ain't buying you shit. You want to go to Starbucks, we can get a coffee on the first day. We can walk around the park on the first day. I ain't taking you to the Brazilian steakhouse. Fuck that. I ain't spending $180, $200 buying champagne and fucking chocolate desserts and shit like that for somebody I don't know.
You're a damn fool if you do that.
Everybody else goes for coffee. Man, I take a man. The first thing I do is I take a motherfucker to a park. We can walk around and talk. I'm gonna take it now. I might buy a motherfucker a drink at the park. You know what I'm saying? Or we can, you know, buy some tourist type shit at the location we at. But I'll be damned, man, if I'm about to take somebody to sit down at a restaurant that costs $200-300 just to impress them. Man, these guys, these guys are trying. Man, look, I guess they ain't smelled none in a while, so they'll do anything to get close to a badass chick. And you know what?
Talking about the first date?
Man, the first date, second date, third
Date it don't matter, man.
bruh, I'm telling you like this, man. If I get to the fourth date and I ain't smashed it already, I ain't fucking with her.
Yeah, that's the way it is nowadays.
That's why I had to ask. Like,
I might smash her by just taking her to I might go to her house and smash her.
Man.
The first night. You know what I'm saying? All this
apple baby.
Why would I court a contemporary woman? Why?
Make it
There
3
makes
days,
no
GG.
fucking. They gonna fuck who they want to fuck already. They already know they gonna fuck you if they like you. You ain't got to spend a dime. If they gonna give you the pussy, man, you know how many times I done got to ask by just being forward and saying, "Hey, look, you look awful goddamn special. I want to know if you wanna fuck." Hell yeah. Okay. The next thing you know, we fuck. I ain't spent a cent, a nickel, dime, or a quarter. I ain't gonna say I ain't never spent none after that, but I mean, you know, the whole point, man, women, they have been socialized to fuck with lame niggas like that.
True, and these that have to spit all this goofy ass game. Oh, I can spit the game and get her. But the reality is now it's like even these younger chicks, BGS, has gotten to a point like they'll even do this shit with guys that actually like try to make the nigga go through all this bullshit and honestly think he's going.
That's why. That's how come a lot of guys are opting out. People think that guys are not having sex and being lonely because they have no other choice. A lot of guys don't want to go through this fucking trouble no more.
They don't want to play that stupid ass.
They don't want to play that stupid ass game because there's too many rules. There's too many situations. There's too many games being played. They said, fuck it. I don't even want to go through this fucking headache. And they just opted out.
Don't matter what you got. To be honest.
But these dudes need to stop playing games themselves and be more direct with these women. Look, thank you. Yeah, I want a relationship, but you're on trial. Man, dudes don't put women on trial no more.
They don't know how.
It's like what the fuck, man? You like any woman that got a fat ass and some breasts and they talk good or look cute, all of a sudden, you're gonna do whatever you gotta do in order to hold that down. Like, man, fuck that.
It's because black men have been socialized to be that way.
Man, not really. Man, you got well, some black men, because I see
a lot.
Gen X though. Look at these. Let me finish my statement and I'm off. And I'm gonna listen to what y'all got to say.
All right.
On YouTube, you got like young cats right now. They got channels with millions of motherfucking subscribers. And they be talking about shit like smash or pass. Would you smash or pass? Would you let me smash or pass? And the girls walk by the dudes walk by the girls. And they ask whether or not they can smash or pass.
The thing is, you see that, but the thing is, when you talk to these people in motherfucking real life, man, you find a whole different story that they're not socialized to do that.
Well, I've been socialized. The people around me, I ain't gonna say grown men socialized me like that. But all I know is when I came up in the 70s, the 80s, and the 90s, Earth girls are easy.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, you came up in a different era. We're talking about the young era with these kids are complaining, like the millennials and stuff like that. They're socialized completely differently.
Boy, they need to, these kids need to turn off these damn computers and these PDAs or whatever the fuck they call them, smartphones.
It's not about no game. It's just that. You know what it is? It's just based off of what the women want, because it's the women that pick the guys who don't have to put no effort in and stuff like that, and don't have to play these bullshit. Because there are even in my generation, there are a subset of guys that don't have to play these bullshit.
There's always been guys that don't have to put in effort. You're talking to one of them right here. You didn't have to put in that many effort, but he's he's one of those guys. There's always been guys like that. Okay.
I'm sorry, man. I feel like Jay-Z on this shit. Like, if you're having girl problems, I feel bad for you, son. Like if you have problems, if you have problems gaining access to pussy, that's to me. The problem comes after it. To me, that's my issue. My issue is what do you do when you knock this motherfucker up? You know what I'm saying? Like, that's the problem I got. Like, or with men that experience these kind of trials, in dealing with the chicks that they've been involved with for either a short or a long period of time. But I understand everybody has a different kind of, set of issues that they dealing with. But man, I say, hey, bro, stop putting too much effort in these chicks, man. Stop doing that shit, bro. If they ain't fucking, move on to the next one. 'Cause it's a numbers game for me. You know what I'm saying? And I ain't gonna say I got 100% pick rate. That's ridiculous. No man does.
Yeah.
You
Well,
know,
Dr. Gigi, I think what underwrites a lot of that, part of this black male problem, is that we don't have a covenant amongst black men. We don't have an agreement in how we do our own family structures in a way that empowers us. See, the gynocracy says we're going to have kids out of wedlock at 75%, and nigga, we don't care what you're going to do about it. And as black men, we don't really have those type of discussions. Me and my friends, we never discuss family structure in a collective way. So when I look at the black manosphere, and we fucking ripped a wormhole in black culture, where now black people all throughout the country on Labor Day during these barbecues have been talking about black men and black women and the gynocracy. And it appears to me like right now is a time where the black manosphere needs to talk about family structure in a way that empowers black men. So like I would really appreciate it, Dr. Gigi, if you would contemplate like making a video on the philosophy of submission. Like give us black men tools to work with in this way, because once black men, like let's just say all the black manosphere content creators said fuck this shit, this fuck what a bitch think. You know what it is submissive women only. And if you're not submissive, then you don't belong with the black men, and that's how the fuck is gonna be. Now if we started talking like that and we got those viral ideas starting to spread out into the ether, who knows what's gonna happen when that bounces back.
Well,
I thought we already were
Hold on.
talking like
Hold
that.
on. Hold on. Go
I'm
ahead. Hold
gonna
on.
respond
Go
to that.
Gigi.
Okay, so BGS and I, we need to do it again. BGS, we need to do
Okay.
a video on the fall of the patriarchal empire in
Yeah.
Western culture. Okay.
Yeah.
Now, if you can fix that, then you might be able to fix this whole concept or this problem related to submission. Now, finding an agreeable woman, that's going to be something that, you can either do on an interpersonal level, on your own accord or whatever the case may be. I mean, but like I said, knock a soft woman up, and 9 months later, then see how soft her ass is,
Yeah,
and then
and-
see how submissive she is.
And I think that's the biggest issue with, especially with young guys. It's not actually having sex. I think it's actually putting up with the woman afterward. They don't want to deal with them. They don't want to deal.
This culture has created monsters.
It is. It
Because
is.
they
Hold on.
they
hold
giving
on,
it away,
hold on,
BGS.
Hold on, Pookie.
Okay,
Go
so I swear I'm done because I
No,
got
no, no, no.
you know.
Don't even say that, Gigi. You can stay on as long as you like, man. Just.
Okay, so look,
Go ahead.
as long as you have, for one, a narrative that says that when you make demands upon her, that you're a sexist, patriarchal,
So fuck what a bitch
oppressor.
think.
Okay, yeah, but okay, I get, I
Yeah,
understand.
but
the
that's part of
narrative
the culture.
exists.
Yeah.
The narrative
it does,
exists.
it does.
Okay, the law exists to where she get half. Think about what just happened to Dr. Dre. Think about what happened to Luther
Oh.
Campbell.
Okay, but Dr. G, I'm with you 100% on
Okay,
that.
so-
But what
so-
I'm saying is this, though. When black men collectively say, this is what it's going to be, that's what it's going to be. Creating viral ideas is something that black men do extremely well. I mean, look at rap music and how that's impacted the world. Like right now, the black manosphere is the new gangster rappers out here. And what I'm saying is that if we really started to drill down on that and just stand on our square and say, if you're a black man, you need to require a submissive woman. And then what you do is you raise your daughters into submissive women for other black men, and that's what we're doing. And we spread that idea out into the world. People are going to love it. They're not going to reject. They might reject it at first, just like they did the black manosphere. Now they're repeating those same ideas.
But truth, what you're not listening is that the structure, the underlying structure that's built into the culture, right? The laws and everything else preclude this. That's going to be a bulwark against what you're trying to do. That's what he's trying to tell you.
Why?
Can,
No, I
can I
agree
get
with
in real
that, but
quick?
that doesn't matter though. That doesn't
Yeah,
matter.
if
Because
the gun is if the gun is on the table, is what he's saying. The gun is always on the table. Okay, if the gun's on the table, guess what? At some point, she's gonna use the goddamn gun.
Okay, question. Let me ask
Can
you
I
a question.
can I
Isn't there a
can I ask?
symbiotic relationship between culture and policy? Policy shapes culture, culture shapes policy. And what I'm saying is black men haven't yet developed a culture in a way for ourselves that even would inform policy what to do. And I'm saying like that's something the black manosphere should work on.
What is culture shaped by? Let's go back to what's culture shaped by.
Well, many different things.
The
No.
environment.
There's two things.
Nature and environment, bro.
Nature and
That's it.
environment. It's only two things.
So
Okay.
look,
One,
all I'm
nature
saying
is environment,
so
and the environment is
No,
one of these things.
no. Hold on a second. When we say nature, how do you define
Biology.
And
Biology.
it's things growing out of the ground.
okay,
It's
so look,
biology.
water.
No,
I
biology.
agree.
Biology.
On an
Okay.
interpersonal level, I agree that you should accept a woman. I don't even like my requirement is not that this motherfucker jumping on one foot saying I like whatever you like. That's not my requirement for a black woman. My requirement is don't call the fucking police acting a goddamn fool because you don't get your way. Don't fucking walk off from me. Don't overtalk me. And don't fucking take me to child support.
Yeah.
It's not this shit like
That's so watered down. That's just a
Oh,
watered
no,
down list.
But you're
of
asking for
requirements.
you're asking for
let
ahead
me
of
play
time
this.
that you have
Let
no
me play
control
this.
over.
This is a white guy. Let me play this, okay? It's 21 convention, right? These are white people.
About why men refuse to get married. Thank you.
Thank you, Socrates. I really enjoyed my discussions with Socrates, and he's a lovely and gracious wife who's been so kind to me. There's a movement, and nobody talks about it. Even men don't talk about it very much. A movement to avoid marriage, and it's mostly among young men. And often, when I try to talk to people about this, particularly women get very angry with me. Like, I'm not advocating this. I just want you to know, I'm not advocating this. I'm an Orthodox Christian, and I deeply believe in holy matrimony. Holy matrimony is not what civil marriage is today, though. It's actually the opposite. So I'm going to ask you not to shoot the messenger here. Yeah? I'm trying to just describe things. I'm not advocating for them. I was actually interviewed for this book. This is a book by Helen Smith. If any of you follow the blog Instapundit, which is one of the most popular blogs in the world, Glenn Reynolds, who's a law professor in Tennessee, this is his wife. And she is a psychologist, a social psychologist, and she did a lot of study on this, why men aren't marrying. Well, here's the good news. Divorce rates are declining. Here's the bad news. They're declining because marriage rates are declining. And we don't really talk about that. Look at women's marital status. You see how the never married and married are coming together? And the divorce rate is moving up slightly. Look at men. Same thing, same pattern. They're beginning to converge. Men in particular, you see that line steeper, men in particular are refusing to marry. And there's some reasons for that I think you'll find surprising, things that are somewhat counterintuitive even. First of all, I would like all of you to Google this and download this study. It's one of the few comprehensive studies that have been done on why women file for divorce. At least in your state, at least 70% of all divorces will be sought by women, not by men. In my state and in Dallas County, where I live, it's upwards of 90% are sought by women. Now, by the way, the stereotype about Dallas divorce lawyers is true. Dallas has the highest divorce rate of any county in the United States, and it's way higher than the closest one behind it. You can go get rich in Dallas doing divorce law. But there's a quote from the final conclusion that I wanted to read. We have found that who gets the children is by far the most important component in deciding who files for divorce.
That goes back to what me and Gigi were talking about, the custody of infants. okay, and the fall of the patriarchy. That is a major fall of patriarchy. He just said it. Who gets the children? Continuing.
When they ran different statistical models and they did surveys, what they found was the main reason women were filing for divorce was to get sole control of the children. And that allowed them to get sole control of property and money.
Because wealth follows who has the children, especially in this this state, in this kind of capitalist state. Who gets the children, that's where the wealth follows.
And look, let me say this.
Go ahead.
Say this, BGS. This is all we've been trying to tell you. The Court of Chancery of England, okay, and the Custody of Infants Act changed the dynamics between men and women such that they are not going to be fucking submissive if they don't feel like it. All they have to do is feel like, fuck you, pay me, and then the relationship is dissolved. They run off with money. They get property and they get social benefits. And typically in Western culture, ever since Roman times, man, Greece and all that shit, the kids were designated to be stewarded by their fathers.
By the fathers, yeah.
But this has all changed.
Yeah.
And it's primarily a function of the court system. And until you change that shit, you know, I just don't know what the fuck you can actually do to protect yourself. It's like when you marry a woman, that's why they say happy wife, happy life, if you're married already. Or, to me, it's almost a situation in which the sword of Damocles is dangling. I don't know if you know what that reference is, but it's like an imminent danger dangling above your head every day. That all the shit you work for, your legacy, this is why men are fucking killing themselves after divorce. Because all the shit they invested in is just basically taken away and they got to start all over. And you know how difficult it is.
Not all over, they're behind because they still got to pay.
Man, I tell a young man now, I would tell him, leave that bitch alone.
Yeah.
Don't, if you fuck her, get a condom with some spermicide. No disrespect to the ladies, but I'm telling you, until you say to your sisters, hey, look, the shit we doing, the shit we pulling off is unfair to these guys. Okay? The power we hold is unfair. We say that we want to smash the patriarchy, but the patriarchy has already been smashed, and they basically keep putting salt in the wound and sticking their finger in that motherfucker.
Yeah. Let me play like 2 or 3 minutes of this. Go ahead, real quick, Mr. With your
Okay. Yeah. So the only thing I would say to Gigi is, from my experience, the conversations I have with women in person and online, it's almost like this weird ass cosmic justice thing. They're pretending like they don't know the game is rigged in their favor, but they want it to be rigged in their favor because it's cosmic justice. You know, and I'll pause right there. By the way, y'all riding along in the Z with me. All right.
Okay. I'm gonna play like 3 or 4 minutes of this, and then we'll open it back up. I just want to let you know what we're saying, what Gigi's saying, and what these are wealthy white men. These are not the average run of the mill guys. Okay, wealthy white men with businesses and shit like that have been married and like you say, he's a devout Christian. With continuing.
One of the big issues here is that we have no fault divorce. Right? There was a time, when I was born, 1965. You couldn't just get divorced if you wanted to. There were only 5 reasons in the state of Texas, where I'm from, that you could get a divorce. Divorce only happened for cause. In marriages without children, it would often be granted, just as no fault divorce. But marriages with children, neither parent was allowed to run out on the children unless one of 5 things happened. These are things like marital fraud, domestic violence, infidelity, things like that. But right now, marriages can just be terminated. So people think of marriage as a kind of a contract, but it is not a contract. You can't write out on contracts anytime you want, but you can marriages. Here's one of the main issues driving divorce and has gotten the government involved in promoting divorce. Government.
What did we just say? Title 4D, Social Security? Bingo.
Promotes marriage in order to promote divorce. Government makes money on divorce. Title 4D is a federal program which gives matching funds for the collection of child support. It's about 66 cents on the dollar. I don't know about other states, but I know Texas, it's about $500 million comes from the federal government to the state in Title 4D funds. It funds our entire Attorney General's office. So when you hear Ken Paxton is suing the federal government for something Texas doesn't like that they're doing, all that's being funded by child support. Okay? In Texas and most states, judicial retirement comes out of Title 4D funding. The more child support that is issued by a judge, the larger their retirement when they're off the bench. Let me tell you a little story. A good friend of mine, his name is Josh in Texas. He and his wife came to an accord. He was watching the kids 10 hours a day because she was pursuing a career. He has a construction business, but he can work at night. So he was watching the kids for her. They're divorced, friendly. He was watching the kids for her 10 hours a day, and he was still paying $1,800 a month in child support. So they just came to a rational agreement and said, hey, I'm going to waive the child support because you're taking care of the kids all the time. Why don't we just share the kids equally and we'll just dispense with the child support? So they came up with their own agreement. And in Texas, judges are required to take mutual agreements. All right. So they show up to the judge at what they think is going to be signing this mutual agreement, no child support. They're going to equally share custody. And they had a real nice flexible arrangement where when she had to travel, he could keep the kids so they could just change it up how they needed to, you know? The Texas Attorney General sent a lawyer to court and said, you cannot do this because they will not be paying child support.
That's the point, dumbass.
With an agreement for equal custody. Because they would lose the matching funds. And it's a lot of money. Over the lifetime of a child, it's a lot of money. That's the degree to which the states are involved in promoting divorce. I'm not one of these guys that blames women. Like, I just don't, I don't think that way. And I think a lot of women blame men. I experience it a lot. But I also know a lot of women that have no blame for it. They understand that there are perverse social incentives that are affecting both of us, right? So, I think, my God, if I was a woman and I had been told that I need like an alpha man who's going to get things done and everything, who never tells me what to do. I want an ambitious man who runs a business, going to make lots of money, who spends all his time with the kids. If I had believed these logically inconsistent things, I'd probably be unhappy. I'd be unhappy too. You've been given these crazy messages from this culture, right? Let's think about some of the temptations that women are under in marriage, right? And so a lot of men will get real angry about this, but it's the state that has created these incentives. So with the man, it's no fault divorce, right? So a woman can file for divorce, and she's got in Texas, she'll have a 95% chance of getting sole control of the children. Now that means in Texas that she will be able to direct their religious, moral, and intellectual education. The man will not be able to direct that, okay? For most men in Texas, that'll be, it averages about 30% of their gross income and non-deductible expenses. A lot of people think that men get to deduct child support. Actually, they don't. The recipient, the woman, gets to deduct the child support that the man pays. And this makes child support for the IRS a revenue neutral event because the woman deducts what she receives, so it doesn't change anybody's income. So the IRS loves that because there's no paperwork, right? But I know millionaires, multimillionaires who cannot absorb 30% in gross income in non-deductible expenses. It's just impossible. In Dallas County, when you drop below $40,000 a year in income, you literally can't afford housing at that point. So, but she gets the right to the 30% of the man's income for up to 20 years in Texas, right? Because it can go into college, right? She gets half of the marital assets, right? And she may get spousal support if she's been in Texas. We really don't have alimony. You have to have been with a man for 10 years, and then you can get temporary alimony for 2 years, right? So you may get that. So you're asking women. Think about how easy it is to just file and you get that. You get all of this money in sole control of the kids. And you're asking women to not do that. Marriages sometimes are tremendously difficult. I'm often fond of quoting Aristotle that, happiness is not an emotion. Joy, we used to have a different distinction between joy and happiness. Joy is the emotion you feel, but happiness is not an emotion. Ask people who've climbed Mount Everest and they say, hey, it's the happiest day of my life being on Mount Everest. Yeah, you're dying. You go above that oxygen zone and you start dying. And the question is, can you come down before you die? you're in absolute agony. I have a friend of mine who plays professional rugby, and he's like in the championship. He broke 3 ribs, played through it. He was in absolute pain. He says, happiest day of my life was playing that game. He felt no joy, yet he was happy, right? Happiness is an activity in accord with virtue. Joy is an emotion. You can be happy in a marriage, but not be experiencing joy all the time, right? You're doing the right thing, and you're committed to doing the right thing. So you're asking women, who may be in difficult times, to not push this win button and get all this, so control the children and everything. It's a huge temptation. I don't think men adequately understand that temptation. And I would ask men, what if you had the power to do that? If you could take half the marital assets, the kids, you could get all the money, man, that's a temptation for you to push that button when you get upset with your wife.
All right.
Hey, can I say something real quick?
What is that one time? Like,
Okay. I'm gonna say something and then I'm done.
Okay. Let me say something real quick and then we'll.
Yeah, because I'm gonna hit out. Hey, so here's some people need to understand when we're talking about culture, because I don't think people are really grasping the gravity that culture has on something, right? So, money in itself doesn't hold the power in this country that it used to be, right? There used to be far fewer social programs upheld by both the government and these corporations. So they didn't have all this other stuff to fall back on. Their very survival depended on it. I told y'all, one of my exes was a 7th grade school teacher.
Kind of shorten it up a little, Mish, so Gigi can get in, and then we'll get you back. But go ahead.
Okay. One of my exes was a 7th grade school teacher who said that one of her female students said that she ain't got to worry about nothing because when she get older she'll just have a baby and collect welfare. The government has their back. These corporations have their back. That's the reason why money itself won't bring submission. That's all I got. Y'all take it easy.
Okay. Go ahead. Go ahead, Gigi.
Yeah. So that's the only that's what I was trying to articulate earlier. Like I said before, and I used to use these terms. It's a platonic term. I said women have the ring of Gyges. At any moment, they could. He uses the button analogy. But the whole point is, if you have power and you have cultural, legal favor at your disposal, and it doesn't have to be any reason why a woman decides that she could terminate this relationship or this agreement, she can just do so unilaterally and put a whole world of legal and financial entanglements for you with virtually no expense to herself. Why would you want to sign up for that? Like, I'm just saying, as a man, being pragmatic, why is that something that you would sign up for? I know that there's this cultural, predisposition for you to link up with a woman and to make sure that it's a natural also predisposition that we have to link up with women, to have children, and to build a legacy. But the very means by which that could be done is placed solely at the hands of women. And when we say that it's gynocratic, like the system might be patriarchal, but it's supporting and endorsing gynocratic practices. And black men don't need to fucking deal with that. The best way to actually fight it is to fight for policy. Okay? Because I guarantee you, she ain't gonna pull that trigger and she ain't gonna put on that ring if she know that it might fall in the other direction. That all of the shit that she's trying to pull off is not going to actually work out the way she thinks it is. But in the current climate, I would tell young brothers, man, hey man, forego that legacy shit, get your passport and go live in that goddamn country. Okay? If you want a legacy like that, go somewhere else. Don't get married in Dallas. If you do get married, go take your ass to Vegas. Don't go to California. Don't go to Texas. Don't go to New York. Take your ass to Vegas if you must get married. Okay? Because the law is different there. But, bro, I'm telling you, under these circumstances, you got to be a high risk taker and rolling off emotion. That pussy got to be good for you to take all that risk. And I'm saying, like, is it worth it? Like, take it from a man. I've been divorced, bro. It's not worth it, bro. It ain't worth it.
My condolences, brother.
And I'm telling you, like, I mean, I got 2 kids from broken relationships. It's not worth it. Men are not the ones terminating these relationships, bro. And women need to start admitting this shit. But they won't do it because they want to continue to practice. They want to continue to implement the power. While at the same time telling you that society favors you. They won't admit to any favor they receive at all. It's always the favor you receive on the account of some narrow group of men who run corporations and who run government who are using the system to fleece your fucking pockets. And then they throw that against you in order to continue to feed the pockets of these wealthy people, man. So I say, hey, bro, guard your grill. You know, like they say when you're about to get into a boxing ring, protect yourself at all times. Protect your money, protect your penis, and protect your potential, you know, to be successful in this country, bro. It is what it is. And so having said that, I got somewhere to run, but I will be listening as I withdraw. Peace to you, brothers. And even if we don't agree, I still love y'all, man.
You know,
Peace.
we got work to do, GG. You know that.
Yeah, I know, bro.
All right.
So, peace.
Appreciate you.
Yeah.
All right.
Can I get in?
Well
Can I comment? I comment.
Go ahead. Get in.
All right.
Someone has echo.
No, that's GG. I got it. Go ahead.
Okay. Getting back to the whole culture thing, I think the problem is that Black people, we have like this whole separation in our minds about what we go through, not everybody else goes through in the society, like divorce and all this stuff. And we have to understand that white people are going through the same stuff we're going through because of the laws. The only difference is that our cultures are different. The way we're socialized is different. Because I'm telling, like I said before, Black men have been socialized to be more caring towards their women than other groups of men have, especially white guys. Like I've heard white guys talk about how they're dealing with their women. Mm-hmm. I knew a dentist who said he has his right where he wants her, dumb and stupid, and in the house and take care of the kids. He said that came out right out of his fucking mouth. He said, "I got that bitch right where I want her."
You better watch out.
And you know that's how a lot of them look at it. Yeah, he's a white guy married to a white woman. Yes.
Yeah, he asking for it. All right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I mean, but that is the different mentality that they have than what we have. And going back to the whole AFDC stuff, when white women had it, they still went back to their men. When we got it back in 1960, what did our women do? They took it because of slavery. The man was never in the house because we either got drug out, we were killed, or whatever happened because of white supremacy through that slave plantation, and they created this appetite of not having a man in the house, and the man is interchangeable. That's where that whole pathology comes from. The man is nothing more than what's the word I'm thinking about? Interchangeable. Or like I like to say, a Lego block. You can just pick one and he'll just fit in just fine.
Okay. Plug and play.
Yeah.
Plug and play.
You done, Dark?
Yeah, I'm done for right now.
Okay. Who else was trying to get in?
Yeah, I was trying to get in.
Go ahead.
My thing, well, first of all, what's going on, BGS? You know something funny? I was watching that video with Obsidian last night, and it's funny. I was thinking, man, I hope BGS don't see this. I know this is gonna piss him off. And lo and behold, I hear you talking. I'm like, is he talking about what I think he's talking about? Oh shit!
Well, somebody brought it up. I wasn't gonna say anything. About it, it's full of bullshit, but people wanted me to actually talk about it because I ran across Gabe has come from was it Nicole? No, Nicole Michelle, the inner beauty thing. That was her ride or die. So I've heard him before. But the thing is, for him to Obsidian even entertain this kind of bullshit about men earning, because I hear sorry we say the same thing. Niggas need to get their money up, stack their money, motherfucker. That's cool for the 2%, 2 or 3% of black men, especially millennial black men, right? It's cool. Okay, even if you double it, what 4%, or about the other 96%? Okay.
But there's another thing about that too. There's another thing about that too. It's two things I want to say. The first thing is, if marriage is so freaking terrific, why the first rate of percentage of chance of marriage is 50%. Why does it get higher on the second, even higher on the third?
You know what the
learning
divorce
disabilities.
You know what the divorce rate for black marriage is in America?
It's high. I think it's like
75%, right? Okay.
Yeah.
You know what the average duration of a black marriage, first marriage in the United States is?
5 years.
5 years.
What? 5 years? Damn, that's even less.
Guess who files for the divorce most of the time? 80%.
The women.
It's women. Black women have the highest divorce rate of all women in the United States. Okay, all of them.
Yeah,
they're not tied to you.
They got a higher divorce rate than marriage rate.
Yeah. Oh yeah, they do. Really, they do.
And the average Asian woman, her first marriage lasts 20 years.
Yeah.
But the second thing is, There was a second thing I wanted to bring up. And I was frustrated. I understand why you're frustrated with that conversation. There was another thing that frustrates me about these conversations is that we always only talk about a man's burden of performance.
Yeah.
That's all we seem to talk about.
Because we're CompuServes.
And this is why I love Kevin, because he harped on the female's burden of performance.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think men already understand their burden of performance with or without the woman. We already know money has to be made, family or not. We get it. I'm kind of getting tired of that getting drilled into my head. I fucking get it. I need to make money. But what is this broad gonna do coming in here? I do not need a broad to be annoying and combative while I'm have to provide. What is her burden of performance?
They always been combative.
I know, but that's my point. I'm like, I am not providing to be annoyed to someone that's just going to annoy the fuck out of me.
Yeah.
That's one thing.
I would say in his defense. I would say in his defense, where I do agree.
Really, I want to hear this.
Is that as black men, we need to take the power for ourselves. And part of that is the money. Like, we all should be making more money, and we should all be raising our children in a way so they can make more money and putting them in the best positions to have success. And we should be creating a culture of success as black men for ourselves and for our families. So I think that we can all agree with that. And I think
what does that have to do with what the fuck he was saying?
Wait.
Well, because one of the things he said in the video, he said in the video, he goes, well, what's the point in talking about all this unless we're going to do something about it? And I was like, damn, you took that long to say that?
So what? According to what Gigi said, what the white guy just said, what's the first thing you need to do?
Well, he's saying that you have to change policy.
You have to change policy. You have to change the whole fucking system, right?
Well,
right?
But I don't know if that's necessarily true. Like, that's the first thing you have to do.
How do you expect that to happen?
Like I was saying before, there's no rules.
No. How the fuck is it not true?
Because there's a symbiotic relationship between.
Bullshit.
You didn't let me. What's bullshit?
Go ahead. It's bullshit.
What's bullshit? What was I going to say?
This shit started in.
What was I going to say?
Huh?
What was I going to say?
That there's a symbiotic relationship between
black
culture
and policy.
There is, right? That's not true?
No, it's not true.
Bam, come on, that is true.
No, because you have to account for culture. Let me know when I can jump in.
No, go ahead. You
culture.
No, you know why? You know what? Do you know why they changed? They forced the end of the patriarchy in the 1800s, in the 19th century. You know why?
Men were walking out.
No. It's called the Industrial Revolution. The state wanted the women out of the home. Had nothing to do with the culture.
Oh, no, I mean what was that when they had the tender years doctrine?
1839. What started it?
That one in England. Maybe it was in England.
What started it?
Well, from what I read, they said that husbands were walking. You had a lot of women that
More
didn't
workers on the
didn't have fathers,
factory.
and the fathers
when
were
you're
paying for
forced
their
to fight
children.
a world war.
Stop.
That's what I read.
Guys.
Maybe it was misinformation, but that's what I read.
Go back and read it. I did a whole did a whole document about the end of the patriarchy, right? Did a whole video on that shit, man. Going back and read the document from Yale from Columbia Law School, where they actually pointed this shit out. It started way before. It basically in 1804, women were actually divorcing their husbands because they had jobs.
Okay.
They could work in the goddamn factory. Okay, that's why they had to change that shit. And
They needed more workers.
And the state wanted the control of the children and the women. So guess what they did? They had.
So you're saying that black men just don't. What we could produce, like culturally, that our cultural power is insignificant. We shouldn't try. Is that what you're saying?
You can try anything you want. What's the first thing you need to change?
So
right?
Well, you're going to answer. So you're saying we shouldn't try?
No, it's not going to work. It don't work for them.
That's what. So then I see what Sergeant Willie Pete's talking about. Then
no,
you
guys
sounds
are
like
not even
no, don't
listening.
even try. We can only go to the
Let
white
me-
man
let me
and beg for
drop
policy changes because as black men, if we
No,
unite together and lay down the law, it just won't work.
Let me interject because this is an exercise in missing the point. No, because you can't find no people in this damn country that got anything written in any law. I don't care where you look at. Show me a group of people that got something done without the federal government. Show me. I'll wait.
I didn't say without. Cultural, like I said, there's a symbiotic relationship
You
between
can't
culture.
get any of that
Hold
done
on, let me
without the
finish.
government.
Let me break it down.
Finish.
Because
No.
it seems to be escaping you.
What I want is proof.
Stupid, man.
Truth. I want
Look
is
at any
proof.
mass. Look at the Black Lives Matter
I want
movement.
proof. Where is it at? Where's it at?
Use the
We
government.
look at something as simple as the Black Lives Matter movement,
Who
which
used
is
the government?
which is the largest
Which is the
protest movement in the
gynocratic
history
modality
of the
we've
world.
been describing
Hold
from the
on, let me
onset.
explain it. Let me break it down.
Go ahead.
Let me explain it.
So then what you have is
which is
that
bullshit.
people
We're gonna let him explain it.
getting boots on the ground, making protests through video. These protests that come about now, people come together with this cultural change of saying we're not going to deal with this. So we could look at something that was produced like The Wire, or something that was produced like
no. Stop
And
right
who
there.
financed
No,
it?
hold on.
What politicians?
Hold on.
So then you have a cultural revolution that infected the minds of these Americans, and then you had people all throughout America protesting.
You're not gonna stop. I'm gonna
against
mute you. If you don't
the
stop, I'm
police.
gonna mute you. I'm gonna mute you.
You don't let me say anything. You already
I
mute
said
me.
stop for a second. Okay, let's stop with the Black Lives Matter. Right? Why did
You
they
want to
get
bring
power?
everybody down, BGS, and just you and him?
Why did they get power? How did they get power? What was the event where they got this outsized enormous amount of power? What actually happened? When did they get all this power?
Well, the spark was George Floyd. But there was a culmination. But it wasn't just George Floyd, though.
What was
George
happening?
Floyd was not
What
the
was
spark.
happening during George Floyd? What was happening? What was happening? It didn't come out of nowhere. What was happening the whole time period, those 2 years? What was happening?
We had a lot of police shootings on video.
It's called COVID.
Okay, you
During
got
COVID.
Okay.
COVID. And guess who was locked? Guess who was in the house locked up? They couldn't go outside.
Everybody.
Yeah, that's a good point. Right.
White people. So guess what they did? One, George Floyd was a good cause. Two, guess what? White people and all people were tired of getting locked up inside the house. And then three,
Bored.
and
Boredom.
bored. And then it wasn't black people out there protesting. Who was it?
White folks.
It was
White women and white men, because they're tired of getting locked
Even
up.
here in Atlanta, white folks.
But there's things that underwrite that too.
No,
BGS.
basically, goddamn it, there was the
Man,
environment.
please, you just don't. You're being obtuse. You're being obtuse.
The example that you just
Now,
got.
I see what Sergeant Willie P's talking about. Then you're speaking weakness in the black man. BGS.
All right.
Observable reality has
Hold
nothing
on.
to do
Hold
with
on. Hold on.
Holy
Hold on.
shit.
Hold on.
Let me know when I can talk.
Go ahead and talk now. Okay, that's bullshit.
Okay, I got a
know where you
few
get
links
this
I
shit
want to
from.
put forward. Number one, let's address this tender years doctrine nonsense. I'm gonna put this in the chat right now. You guys look at this when you get time. Understand that this was a domino effect. This was a product of feminism. A product of feminism. BGS, you can put that article up if you want to.
Okay.
And I'll read this first part because you guys already covered this crap. In the early part of the 19th century, a prominent British feminist, society beauty journalist, and social reformer author named Caroline Norton began a campaign for women's rights. She proposed that women should be given custody of their children in the event of divorce. What the hell did y'all just finish talking about with Gigi?
Yeah.
After having a divorce, Norton was deprived custody of her children. She worked with some politicians and successfully convinced the British Parliament to pass a law that protects mothers' rights. And it's from there a laundry list, a domino effect that other countries from the outside start copying these modalities.
Nameless. Guess what she used? Guess who she appealed to?
The government, politicians.
No. The Court of Chancery, because they already set the precedent.
Well, that's how they got access to that. You've got to have the politicians to help push that because that court decides the laws.
The Court of Chancery took over in the 1660s. I read that. I actually produced a document. Okay, she actually used that loophole, and the state took over your children. Okay, the state basically you have parental rights. You don't have parental control or ownership. Right? The state owns your children, not you.
Why you think they call them wards of the state?
And that gets solidified, and I see a cultural right of way and cultural inertia from the damn plantation, because that's exactly the same model that's being utilized under the context of industrialism. Because we took the plantation model and it made a direct conversion into the normal capitalist experience we have right now. And everywhere you look in the developed world, it followed that pattern of going to its old feudal system and converting it to its current day capitalist system. I want to harpoon on a point that was made earlier, because this was something that continues to come up and people conflate average with mediocrity. I'm going to repeat what I said in the chat earlier. An average is nothing more than a numerical state of fact. It has nothing to do with opinion or effort. It has everything to do with simple baseline numbers. I want you to look at the average income of Japan right now. Right now, average income of people in Japan, 150 some million people over there. Then we know they're one of the largest mono-ethnic groups in the world right now. And first world industrialist capitalist country borrowed their capitalist model from America straight up during the Meiji era, right when America was converting. Go take a look at what that says right there. I'll put the link in the chat. Average income.
We just prayed. I just showed the basically the earnings of millennials, right? 2%, okay, of millennials make above 100K, right? 50% of millennials make less than almost 45% of millennials make less than $20,000 a year.
Let me finish the combo, because I'm not even done yet. Look, then we got to talk about this culture piece. And I'm getting sick and tired of people think that when we bring up slavery, especially in the United States, we're just looking for some sort of cop-out reason, excuse not to do something. Because everybody understands the effect of the past and how it plays a role into your present and future. But us, when all of a sudden we start applying it to us. Look, I'll put another link here. You guys know what the hell I'm talking about when you hear about natural selection and group selection, all of these other modalities. What is artificial selection? And I really want people to really appreciate what the hell that means. Artificial selection. Right here. Artificial selection is the process by which humans choose individual organisms with certain phenotypic trait values for breeding. We heard the synthetic one spit that eugenics doctrine on Fox Soul talking about selective breeding. Okay, understand what's actually being said. When you say artificial selection and you describe selecting exclusively for certain phenotypical characteristics for, quote, breeding, how in the world is that any different from the Thomas Jefferson baby farms that individuals here in this country had to deal with from 1790 all the way up to 1865 and possibly all the way through the Jim Crow era? What's the difference? Can anybody tell me what the actual difference is? What's the difference? Anybody? So we understand we have an entire group of people who've been subject to fucking domestication. And you're going to tell me that's not going to play an effect on the damn culture? And then we want to talk about power requiring goddamn groups of people dealing with the government with an agenda in place. And we the only goddamn group of people that got to prove that we're human first, just to even interface with that damn model, claiming we not working hard enough. If it wasn't for the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendment, we wouldn't even be here right now. And it happened in the same goddamn time period of 10 damn years during Reconstruction. I'm finna cover that tomorrow with Gigi and Sandog. Do you know they had to kidnap goddamn senators so they can vote on the 14th Amendment? And that's why anybody sitting here can claim to be an American citizen off birthright. They would rather give women rights to vote so they don't have to deal with us having power. The last thing I'm going to put forward, and this is the last thing I'm going to say, and I'm done, because I'm tired of bringing this up every goddamn 2-3 months. This right here is Briffelt's Law, straight up psychological science.
Yeah.
And what did this dude just finish saying about women's ability to determine the context under which any involvement with her is either initiated or ended?
Yep.
Briffelt's Law states the female, not the male, determines all the conditions of the animal family. Where the female can derive no benefit from association with the male, no such association takes place. There are 3 corollaries that go along with it. Number 1, even if a woman has secured past benefits from her relationship with the man, this is no guarantee of her continued relationship with him. Number 2, if a woman promises a man to continue her relationship with him in the future in exchange for a benefit received from him today, her promise becomes null and void as soon as the benefit is rendered. And lastly, a man's promise of a future benefit has limited ability to secure the continuing relationship with the woman, and his promise carries weight with her only to the extent that the woman's wait for the benefit is short and to the extent that she trusts him with his promise. Shout out to the damn simps, meaning you can't get none of this change until you change the goddamn environment, because that's exactly what this is permitted. And since we know that children are seen as property in this corporate federal entity that we call the United States that just got called a damn nation only recently thanks to Reconstruction, children equals property equal power. I'm done, fam. Y'all have a great day.
All right, thanks.
Can I respond to that?
Go with your bitter truth is first, and then you Art.
Can I go after Art?
I hate keeping people off my my goddamn channel, right? Now, when you're the host and basically you're actually hosting your channel and you want to get appointed, I shut the fuck up, right? I don't talk through you. So I don't like this when you trying to slag me on my own goddamn channel. That's how come you got kicked off, Truth. You couldn't prove shit. I was asking for proof. Couldn't prove shit. I didn't produce one shred of proof. But go ahead, Bitter, and then Art.
When he was talking about the political aspect of it, if you look at it, because do understand, black folks, black people, we were originally Republican because of the whole Lincoln situation.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, we show gratitude. We voted. We were conservatives. And then, of course, came, I believe it was the Home Act. Am I mistaken there, BGS? Was it the Home Act by Lyndon B. Johnson?
There's a bunch of them. Yeah, I think so.
That had of course, the welfare, the reform welfare laws and everything.
I think it was that was before Lyndon B. Johnson that reformed the welfare laws. There's a bunch of them, but the thing is, what really happened and basically the Art of Itmore actually found this for me. So shout out to him, right? Okay, AFDC was a policy that was passed by FDR, right? Which was black women were considered part of the workforce, so they didn't have any access to it, right? So Kennedy, it was actually Kennedy and Eisenhower that allowed black women to have the same rights under civil rights, the same rights and privileges that white women did. In 1960, started in 1960, but in 1961, that's where Monahan scissors come from. Okay.
So
go ahead. So it was way before Johnson, but go ahead.
All right. So getting back to my point, ever since they were pretty much guided to sign those social program papers, welfare, whatever you want to call it.
How was it guided? They weren't guided to do anything.
White lesbian feminist ideology.
No, it wasn't. No, it wasn't. There were no feminists in 1960.
I'm talking. Hold on. I'm talking about what destroyed the civil rights movement. Okay.
Okay.
This is the area in which
Okay.
Let me talk.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead. I know what you talking about. What destroyed civil rights?
Going that that's right when black women as a collective decided to go ahead and betray us. All right, they betrayed us right between that 60, 66, 72 era. And we still been paying for it. Now the thing about it is that we've been voting Democrat because of that situation. This is what I'm getting at. I mean, you can hammer out the details later.
I wanted to make a correction. Okay,
go ahead.
When you stop, okay. No, what I hate, man. When you guys want to stop and make a correction, what do? I stop, don't I?
I'm listening.
Okay. What stopped the civil rights movement? And me and Art of Itmore did a whole fucking 3 months. Was the Kerner Commission, right?
Kerner Commission.
It's called affirmative action. It was your check. That's what ceased the civil rights movement because you got your redress the grievances. They gave you what you wanted. The only thing is that your women took the benefits that you got, that you fought for from you, and gave it to white women. That's the problem. But go ahead.
Okay.
That's what started the civil rights movement. Okay, it wasn't the betrayal. They gave you what you wanted, but go ahead.
They gave us what we wanted.
Yes.
This is what we wanted.
Okay. What you wanted was equal access to what? To civil rights and economic rights, right? Okay. 1964-65, it was the Voting Rights Act, the Civil Rights Act to give you what? Equal civil rights acts, right? Okay. The
Kerner Commission, I remember the equal civil rights.
Go back and read the Kerner Commission. You wanted economic rights, right? The right to the equal rights to jobs, the equal rights to getting loans, the equal rights to funds, and all the kind of economic rights that white people had. That's what you wanted, right?
Right. You wanted civility. You wanted civil rights.
Civility. Right. Okay. Affirmative action and Kerner Commission, wholesale the programs gave you all that, right? But who got the benefit for it?
White women mainly.
White women. So basically, what ended the civil rights movement was affirmative action and affirmative action and the Kerner Commission. They wholesales. They said, what are the problems? They looked at Monahan's shit. They looked at after the riots in 1967-68. They founded a commission and said, go out into all these areas and look what the problems were: access to education, basic police reform, access to loans. Basically, that's where your housing, where your federal housing loans came from. We actually started to buy houses. You got your soldiers started getting their the VA benefits and all that kind of shit. That all came from the Kerner Commission. They gave you all this shit in one whack. Okay. The thing is what we need women to do, black women to address, that you allowed white women to get the bulk of this stuff. That's the issue. But go ahead.
Okay, so getting back to it, as far as the political aspect, black people switched to vote Democrat like almost overnight in one election. They jumped ship.
Okay.
They jumped ship. So here we are now in 2022, to where now, as you saw in the past election, I think the past two elections, black men were not really. They didn't cater to us as far as during the election cycle. It was either black women and the others, that would be other people of color and people of other sexuality. Okay. We were pretty much non-existent. If you call yourself really wanting to get this to flip, you want to go to the federal government and to get this to flip and everything, going to the Democratic Party is not the way to go. And if you go to the Republican Party, that's going to, no matter what, there's strings attached.
Okay, well, so what's the solution?
That's
the solution.
Yeah, but you will get a solution, but it comes with strings. The whole thing is that a lot of black people are too stuck in their ways to actually see something like that through. Just like Ice Cube, when he went to Trump, because first he went to the Democrats. Black folks stuck in Democrat land went to the Democrats, and what did they tell them? Come back when the election is over. He went to Trump. What did Trump say? Sit down, let's talk.
Yeah.
Let's make a talk. Let's talk. Because do understand that if you have a section of people, all right, us being black men, who are really the backbone of your labor force. I mean, do understand this as far as people saying you ain't do nothing. Like, excuse me, this fucking country owes us. I mean, fuck all the reparation shit. You owe us, period, because we built this motherfucker.
Okay, so, let's stay on point, babe.
Anyway, my point is that until we decide to make that switch and come to them with a demand, like, hey, look, if you want our votes throughout this country, especially locally, if you want our votes, these are our demands. We need these. We got this stuff in writing. We need you to sign this shit, proving that if we put you in, this is what we're going to get in return.
So what do you think Dr. T has been working on over the past 2 years?
I don't know. I don't.
The 14-point, the black male political agenda.
Good. So I'll need to peep him out on that. I mean,
the past 2 weeks has been all over the place, but he put it up. He's been talking about it, and basically what me and Gigi are trying to do is go back and look at the philosophical and legal precedent, so that you have a case, so that when you go up to change these motherfucking laws, in fact, there's one state that's already talking about mandatory DNA testing at birth before a man.
Which called the big fight.
The thing is that the thing is what the white guy was trying to tell you is basically the way to actually change the system really is basically not to participate. So that the legal framework would have to change. The reason that Ice Cube is getting any kind of traction is because the manosphere stepped in, and basically you got the PhDs like Dr. Neal and a whole bunch of others, a whole bunch of parts of the manosphere, and people that are manosphere leaning and said, guess what? If you don't put up any shit, no matter what the goddamn women say, if you don't put something in specifically aimed for black men, we're not gonna participate in your election. In fact, we might flip it. So Stacey Abrams is going through the same shit. In fact, she just put up a black male agenda because she's running for fucking governor because she's having problems. Okay, so the manosphere is having it. We're already doing it. Not till we come together. We're already doing it. Okay, it's already being done. But the thing is, what I need you guys to do. What I think you guys should do is pay more attention, okay? Because this shit happens all the time. Pay more attention, okay? Stop focusing on bitches and pay more attention to the framework. Go ahead. Go ahead. Who else is trying to get?
Art was next. Can I go after Art?
That's why I'm fucking getting irritated, okay? Irritated. Everybody's got motherfucking Google and find out what the goddamn truth is. Stop with this goddamn non-intellectual bullshit. I'm tired of this shit, man. Goddamn. Me and Art have been killing ourselves over the past fucking 6 months to bring this shit out. In fact, Dr. Umar mentioned the Kerner Commission. Where do you think he got that shit from? He didn't get it out of he never said that before. He got it from us. We're doing the goddamn work. Well, we need help. Go ahead, man.
All right. All right. Yeah. And you guys need to go look at the Kerner Commission. Like I said, me and B just, I think we did 13 videos on it. Half of it on my channel. Yeah.
You're talking about 30 hours worth of shit. Okay.
Yeah. We went through this. If you guys didn't look at it, go back and look at it. Like the issue I'm having with black men, I'm really having this fucking issue with us. Why the fuck do we have to think that we have to alpha our way through every fucking situation? Like, seriously. It doesn't make any fucking sense. Be strategic. Make up a plan. We already got Dr. Johnson working on something. Why don't, instead of talking about these bitches all the time, you say, fuck these bitches, go, okay, fuck them. Okay, what's next? How are we going to improve our fucking lives? That's what we need to work. That's what we need to work on. Stop worrying. If we're not going to be worrying about these damn bitches, about what they're going to do, let them travel, let them go get fucked. Who cares the fuck? What about us? That's what we need to worry about. We need to worry about us and these boys, because these boys are going to be the future. And start paying, like we just said, start paying attention to what we're doing out here, man. If we're putting out the fucking work, and we're putting out these articles, and we're putting out these damn reports and all this shit, and you guys don't look at it, that's why we keep repeating it, because you guys don't look at this information that we're putting out.
Yeah, BGS. Like I'm really, like I said, man, I'm really about it. Like you seen in that video I posted, I sent to you. That's just one of the type of things that I'm doing. Like if you go on my channel, like I get involved in art galleries. I'm making an escape room for kids that's going to be talking about basically the cycle and stuff like that, and how to read symbolic messages more clearly and stuff like that, and basically explaining the symbolic meaning and purpose for propaganda. Like I'm really about educating the youth and the younger mass, and especially getting them integrated with this technology and stuff like that. I was just doing a demo of this cutting edge technology that Steph Curry uses and LeBron uses. It's called a reflection edge device, and it's basically a mind training device. But that's just a piece of it. I don't mean to drone on, but like I said, like you got to really be about this stuff. You got to go to these events and actually be active in the community. And that's what I'm really trying to do. Like as I'm coming up, because I want to be able to get back. Cause I know people have given to me, so it just only feels right. Like you know what I'm saying. Like,
if I may interject,
Go ahead.
okay, cool. So yeah, basically, I wanted to just sort of piggyback on some stuff that was said earlier. One, I think that as far as like on an individual level, building the infrastructure for your kids to be successful and having all of those things available, whether it's extensive after school tutoring, having a functional family unit, being able to invest those resources into your children so they can go forth and be successful. Given the state of inflation that we are currently at, I think honestly your best chance is to go overseas. That's just my opinion. I know people have other ones, but I think there can even be some cross-continental networking between the resources that people overseas can accrue over there, and maybe we can send some back home, whether it's building virtual classes and things like that we can offer to children, that we can give those extra resources.
Yeah.
We can have those.
You know that all that flipped classroom, virtual classroom, virtual tutors, and all that kind of stuff. That shit has been around since 2005, right? In fact, on another channel I was actually on, we're actually pushing this kind of stuff, right? The thing is, nobody's going to do it till this time. What's actually pushing it forward is what COVID. Okay, now you have to have more remote learning. Okay, they're getting used to it. The thing is, it took 20 years, 15 years in an event to actually move this ball forward. As they say, environment is going to control culture every single time. That's what we're trying to tell people. Okay.
Can I go before Edward starts with his eulogy?
If he's finished, I interrupt him. So if he's finished, then you can actually go next, Snake Man. That can wait.
I wanted to say a little bit more, and then I won't hold up the panel.
Go ahead. Take your
time. Also, I just wanted to say, like, we talk about like, oh, the betrayal happened in the 1960s. Dog, like, oh my God,
1970s,
they were 70s. I would say on a larger, more modern scale, yes, but even us getting sold over here in the first place, largely done by women. So I mean, like, it's there's a little even 50-50.
No. Effort. I mean, okay, let's put it this way, right? Okay, slaves or servants being sold on a continent had been going on for thousands of years, still going on. It hadn't stopped, right? Okay, it's a cultural thing. Okay, so that's how come the Europeans knew to go get black slaves. Which guess what? The Spanish, when they first went there, they didn't want to do it because it cost too much. Okay, they rather work to death the people that were indigenous, but the thing is they couldn't do the work, so they had to spend the money. Initially, the Spanish did not want to come over and buy slaves to bring to the New World because it cost too much. They already knew they could actually go and buy them. Okay, first they tried to steal them, that didn't work out. So the thing is they had to buy them. But the thing is, if I actually played, there's a movie, I forget what they call it. The movie that was just played in Ghana, where they actually is a teacher actually watched one of his students actually get sold into slavery to a certain monastery or something like that. It still goes on. Okay, the thing is that what the Europeans did was actually commercialized it. They changed the way slavery actually worked, but that's a different story. But then it was actually it was a whole network of enterprises actually doing that kind of shit. But go ahead, continue. I just want to shore that up. It wasn't
okay. No, thank you for the clarification. Yeah. I would say, but for sure, we know that the betrayal happened in the 1960s and 70s.
No,
I guess
Well, the thing is, okay, really, what the portrayal really happened in the 70s because the Kerner Commission, black women allowed the sex actually put into the Title VII civil rights, right?
Right.
Allowing white women to get be minorities and get the bulk of affirmative action. So that's where the biggest portrayal actually is. But go ahead.
Right. I guess the point I was getting at was like this idea that, oh, the women are saying like, oh, we have to build, and if you build this, we'll do that, and all this other stuff. I guess my thing is, or they raise the bar as to like the idea that you can buy submission, which is what you and SWP were getting into. I guess what I'm saying is regardless of what numbers they say, they can only get what's available, and the average income is 45. So if I think Edward has like the best line on this. He's like, cool. If black men aren't doing enough for you, see what other races are going to do.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And then last I wanted to say is just like, I think you said it earlier that the purpose of the manosphere was to give black men a voice. Mm-hmm. And I would like to add on to it.
Go ahead.
While I think that the uplifting of the black community is something that will happen in tandem with that, I don't think that's necessarily our quote unquote first thing, if that makes sense, because we're supposed to remind the black man of their autonomy and their ability of independent thought.
What is this government, this society, and this government as a whole trying to do with the black community?
I would say destroy it and eat it. I guess absorb it.
Absorb it. Okay.
Right.
What are you saying now? Look around you. What is these doing?
Dating out.
That's absorption. That's admixture. Which is something
they're doing exactly what they want.
Exactly what they've been prescribed to do. This is coming from the top down. Do you really think that all this trans stuff and all this gender fluidity is actually done because the vast majority of people in the culture want it?
That's a good point.
No. No, one thing is we're trying to what Gigi and Nameless and I are trying to do is show you how the fucking system works. This John Henryism, this culture, the culture influences this kind of stuff. We're trying to show you how this shit actually works, okay? Not some guess. And every time we said, okay, prove me to me that it actually works. He actually used the one incident, which is BLM. Okay, that says that culture actually influences shit. He's like, okay, what was going on at the time? Well, it was George Floyd. What was going on even during George Floyd? Well, not COVID, Negro. The environment has shifted. Okay, there's reasons shit happens. But the thing is, well, no, it ain't. Get the fuck out of here, man. I ain't got time.
Gotta alpha my way through this shit, man.
Yeah. I guess the thing that probably frustrates me the most about it is like, whenever we look and we see the outside so-called destruction of the black community, or I would say the deformation or the dysfunctionality of it, for whatever reason, it always gets put on black men when largely black men are single, middle class, and childless. So we're not even involved in the formation of the family units. So that's not really our community. Those are their kids.
Yeah. Oh yeah, always has been.
So why is that our responsibility? Oh, brother, you gotta do it. Like, no, it's not.
Have you ever heard of the word
irresponsible people on the planet?
It's called CompuServe. You have been socialized to do it. That's what we've been trying to tell you. There's a reason that you do this shit. It's because by your mamas, by your grandma, by your great grandma, by society, by other men, you have been socialized into the gynocracy. You don't know it. We're trying to wake people up.
Oof. That's probably the hardest battle we have.
Ain't no way
that. I'm getting tired of it. But hold on. Somebody was next.
Man wanted to know.
Go ahead, Snake Man, and then Edward.
Okay, and first of all, how do you endure it? Because out of it more, GG, if you're listening, how do you endure this constant brain rot of people don't understanding society, people don't understanding history? How do you do it?
The thing is that, I was talking to Dr. J, right? And people think that I'm in this for money, right? I said I could make far more money. Me and Art could probably make far more money doing geek shit and without color, without a race, and product reviews, geek shit, software reviews, and all kind of stuff. We make far more money a lot easier than we do on this shit, right? Okay,
That's what I'm about to switch to.
this is a struggle, man. Me and Art are like techno geeks, man. We love technology. We love playing with computers. We love playing with tablets. We love playing with programs. We love geek shit. We can make far more money doing that shit. Just leave race out of it. In fact, my white counterparts say if you the information that you put out with politics stuff like that, we pay you far more if you leave race out of it. I'm here because I want to make a change. I want to make a difference in my society, right? I made a difference as far as Africa is concerned. I want to make the same difference here. That's why I'm here. That's why I push so hard. You know, I could basically I could take my whole library, put it on and actually put it on fucking Patreon, put nothing public, man, and talk about whatever I want to talk about, and people will pay me far more to do it. Okay, far more to do it. I do this because I have a love for my people. Okay. Go ahead.
And you remember that white guy that said, like, you know, that did that video that I shared with you. Yeah. He said the same thing. He said, like, you guys don't know how blessed we are to have BGS giving out this information. The white guys are chomping at the bit. Like, I hope he comes back over here.
And one day I might say, fuck it. Yeah, come back.
No, don't do it. Don't betray us. No.
I mean,
no, but,
like,
and secondly,
it's not betrayal if you don't enfranchise them. See, that's where
the thing is, how many, I get 202 calls because I talk about what's going on with China and the Ukraine and Russia, right? About what's going on with Europe. Nobody talks about this on the black side. I'm the only one. I'm the one that's
they were cutting your cable lines and stuff, wasn't they?
Yeah, they were. Yeah. That's besides the point. But go ahead, Shank, man. Finish, man, so everyone can get it.
Okay, and secondly is just because many things trigger me when we have this discussion about society. Secondly is, where do black men in the manosphere, not talking about in the manosphere, some of these black men get the idea that somehow if you pay the woman or you alpha your way through it, the woman on her own volition will not use the tools that the environment gives them because of reason. Where do they get them? Because for me it kills me, because do they not know that women always were like that? I always like to use this phrase. There's ancient stone, there's writing carved into ancient stone, literally thousands of years old, talking about the same problems. Men talking about the same problems like women are annoying, they're always nagging, they're blah, blah, blah. You know, all that things that we're talking about. There is nothing new. They always were like that, and they always will be like that. The only difference is the environment. Women always adapt to the environment. So stop being so focused on trying to get in that woman's brain. Just change the environment. Now I know it's not that easy. It's not that easy. It takes time. It takes time, a lot of time. So it's not like, so guys always, when all my black men come together as a collective and clicks their heels and go to the government and protest, somehow the government will say, you pure Negroes, man, you pure Negro man. We listen to you. We are so sorry that we used your women to get money out of you. And we change our ways. We pray to God. No, stop it. This is the stupidest thing I ever. Who are those people? When all black men collectively come together, we somehow can change this entire environment.
And this is why you cut through. See, the reason I don't just tell black men. What's up, everybody? I don't just tell black men to tell black women to date out for black women. Most black men don't want to do that, because most black men, even though they know what the sexual outcomes are most likely going to be when black women leave, they still don't want to do that because it's an ego trip. So it's also for black men. Like, because think about it, when we have this argument about what black men need to make, this is an extension of a black woman is not soft because they can't rest in their femininity. They can't rest in their femininity because black men don't make enough money. I could buy that if black women were still not fucking these guys. Like, for instance, when you hear one thing that I used to hear early on when I was being short is if a female would try to come to this class, if before I learn how to get around this, a female would come to, well, I don't feel safe around short guys. This is the argument they would do. So by definition, I know if you're having sex with a dude, certain prerequisites are being met in your head for you to give a man sexual access. So all this other shit about what a dude needs to do, if it's really important, you're not gonna sleep with him. If it's really important that you need to be in your femininity, then your sexual attraction to a man will actually be tied to that, to the point where you're not gonna be having sex with dudes, even if you like how they look, if they're not meeting those things. So by definition, black women have already snitched on themselves as to what their prerequisites and this is where the currencies come from. When I say genetic currency versus economic currency versus all these other versus social currency. So we know economic currency is not that's at the bottom of what's important, actually get a black woman to sleep with them. And we know economic currency is not really going to drive a lot of compliance out of black women. They've already let that cat in the bag. And Gabe knows this. Gabe is a liar. Gabe is one of these dudes where he's so blessed that he actually has an attractive black woman as a wife with the way he acts, that he feels like he has a blood debt to black women. He's one of those niggas. And so this is why he plays the heterosexual gay best friend when it comes to the way he communicates with this bullshit. And so, but Gabe is not stupid. Gabe knows what time it is because I've heard Gabe say it when he checks these chicks. My thing what I would tell to Gabe is this: you're not helping black women by doing this. You telling black men they need to make no more money ain't gonna make them make more money. It's not. And the dudes that are making more money are gonna fucking leave because most of the passport bros are not broke. So you sitting here talking shit about passport bros ain't gonna make them stay. If anything, that's gonna make they fucking ass, especially the way he acts and communicates, want to get their ass up and leave even more. So my question is what you're doing actually intended to help black women? Because you telling them what they want to hear, as far as I'm concerned, taking an old person and putting a pillow on their face and smothering them to death so they don't gotta suffer anymore. That's essentially what you're verbally doing, because you're putting women in a false sense of you're taking them out of urgency because they think you're gonna speak up for them. Gabe is good. Gabe don't give a fuck what happens. And I've seen him go this way. So going back to what I was saying, because this brings SWP into it, and Jason Black tries to run this play too. The money doesn't matter. Because Jason Black will be the same person talking about the money doesn't matter, but you got to have your manhood intact. Which, if they have to pick one or the other, which are they going to pick? Both. That's what Jason would say. They're not getting both. That's the fucking-ality of it. So we see what they're picking. We see it. Stats show it. So let's cut the bullshit. So at the end of the day, this argument about if dudes can get more money, I'm almost done. If dudes can get more money, people only say that. Dudes say that because this is when men get mentally flustered and they want to act like females, and then they want to just bottom line it to something that's easy as sloganeering bullshit. Oh, well, black men just make more money than black women will act up. Nigga, Will Smith. If y'all don't shut the fuck up about y'all know good and well the black men that got the most money don't necessarily got the most compliant females.
Yeah, Will
Black
Smith,
women.
Will
Let's
Smith,
shut the fuck niggas know
Shaq,
that.
Shaq,
Jeff Bezos, even if you're white, like
yeah.
I mean, but still, but they still operate within rules though. Because because they're gonna be held accountable to do it within right rules. Yeah, she gonna get her money, but you see how fast Jeff Bezos made that back. Same thing with Bill Gates and Melinda Gates. So
You just had a white guy, the wealthy white guy, tell you that all this bullshit is not true. Okay, wealthy white guy. That's why I played the white guy. Okay.
Yeah. So yeah, so at the end of the day, y'all need to stop trying to tell dudes to make more money as this false bread sense of holding black men accountable. You're not holding black men accountable by telling them they're making more money, because the reality of the situation is, as long as we do not, I'm going to say this and I'm done. We do not control the black woman. We do not control it, period. Other races of men are able to, at some point, influence who black women are having sex with, and that's how you actually control that behavior of women, or not black women, women in general. You control the behavior of men. The women have said, we're going to give pussy away for, you just got a rapper that's got 14 kids with 14 different women. You got, it was one dude on a cruise season that was telling this to a chick. You heard the clip I played with Corey Holcomb. And then Kendra G, who don't even have kids, want to talk about, well, what about the accountability of the black man? Like, this is the goofy shit. So I cut past all of that. How about this? Stop wasting your time and wasting your youth for you to wait for a black man to do shit, because they're not. Number one, the niggas that you want to do shit or change aren't, because you're fucking them anyway. And the niggas that are doing the changing, you don't sexually want anyway. And you not sexually wanting means you don't care if they live or die. That's it. So the truth is, black men are not going to change. And if black men are not going to change, you need to take your ass to another ethnic group or another race. And if you really want what you want, go get it. What about black men? It don't matter. That's how I bottom line. And when you do that, they don't know what to say. Because I know they not going to fucking do it. Because they know the price to do that, and I'm done, is they got to be compliant. And they will be held accountable to that shit. Because they're allowed to do what they do with us. They're not allowed to do what they do to the same degree anywhere else. I'm done. Appreciate that.
Okay. Well, let me ask you a question.
Let me say something real quick. JC the Conqueror, send me an email, okay? Because sometimes if you get put into a block list or a hidden list, okay, YouTube doesn't always put your name up. So we might go, like everyone can tell you the same thing. We might go looking for you. You might not even be there. So what I've done, if you've been around for a while, what I have to do is make you a mod. So send me actually send me an email, and I will actually take care of that. Go ahead, Bay. Real quick, and then because Sir Anthony and Panthers haven't got in, but so try to be brief. Okay.
So when you said the black chick, she said that because you were too short, she didn't feel safe with you or some shit. What the fuck is that about? Can you explain that?
This is a way that black women, and by the way, I heard that from black women. Well, with white women, it was I wasn't dark enough. But but black women, yeah, you know. So that's, I didn't meet the fetish. That's what that is.
They're not nigger enough.
But my point is, that's a way that women rationalize not dating short guys. That's what they'll say.
Because they don't feel safe. I'm sorry.
Now they say they don't want them, but before, so they didn't seem like a bitch. That's what they would say if you ask them. And I'm talking about if you ask them in general. Go look up if somebody would ask, why does a dude need to be over 6 foot? That's how they would frame it. That is what that is.
But isn't the guy that's bigger than you the most dangerous?
No.
Dude, it's not logical. It's not logical. I will give women there is an evolutionary reaction. They don't know how to articulate it.
What they really want, they say you're too short or prefer taller men because they want to give those kind of genes to their children. That's
so they don't know how to. This is how that manifests. So I understand it and I don't trip about it. But my biggest point is that we sit here jumping through hoops. Like even when Bitter was like, yeah, man, you know, like when people sit here and say the dudes need to make more money, understand that there's like a $230-something thousand cost between somebody being like 5'7" and 6 foot. That is how much money you actually have to make it up, if you ever, because that's assuming that a black female gives a fuck about money. Because when women are on this hot girl summer shit, they give a fuck about fucking over everything. The money is something they can get if they can trick a nigga out of it. But really, they just about getting they shit pushed. You know how it is. So again, they're not even thinking about money. They don't think about money until the aftermath. And then this is where they come to the dudes and they try to clean that shit up with the stepdaddy bullshit.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, yeah, especially with black men.
But money and fatherhood is never an initial priority. And here's the thing. They can't run those plays outside of the African American community. That's why I keep saying push them out, because they're going to be treated like the whores they want to be, but they're going to be treated in a way that they don't like it. It won't be glamorized. It'll be that broom closet shit and throw it away shit. You see how these white men went off about Haley Bailey.
Well, black.
I was about to say that.
Yeah, black women have always wanted and desired to have serial men in their life. That's always been the case. Even coming out of it, they were actually socialized in the slave farms to have serial men in their lives, have more kids by more than one man. It's been that way forever. They
So,
just
but
keep
the
carrying
thing
the
that
same culture. Go ahead.
I'm gonna get off of this. My phone is getting hot.
Go ahead.
The thing is
Yeah, because
that shit
Sir Anthony wants to get in.
cannot exist. That cannot exist without black men subsidizing.
Subsidizing it, yeah.
That's
We've been
the thing, and
socialized
that's
for
why
way.
they hate us. That's why they hate us. Because when we offer options, this is what I was trying to tell you better. When one of the reasons why they get mad that we're communicating, it ain't got nothing to do with tricking. Like, even though I get that's a thing, and I'm not trying to rehash that. I acknowledge that's a thing.
I'm done
But
with it.
hold on. But what I'm saying is that the
Real
thing that
quick.
triggers them is that they know that if black men see the lie that we
Real
tell
quick,
ourselves
Edward.
is that the government subsidizes this. Yes, they do, but if black men were to stop subsidizing black female and their bullshit, the government couldn't pay enough, especially now.
Yeah.
And
Okay.
that's what they're scared of. So
Okay.
when you see dudes actually pursuing credible options,
Wrap it up,
it
Edward.
bothers them. I'm done.
All right. Who was next? Sir Anthony or Panthros?
I don't know. I'm driving.
Oh, you're driving.
Anthony can go. Anthony can go. I'll go after Anthony.
It doesn't matter. Who wants to go next? One of you two. If you want to get in,
I'll take it if they don't want it. Unless Charles want it.
well, I'm trying to give them an opportunity. Okay.
Well, take it, and I'll get it right after you.
I don't know where I'm jumping in because I came in on the part where we were talking about the message of the space.
Jump in where you want to jump in.
Yeah. So I just want to say that as far as the gender discussion, personally, I'm here for it all day long. You know, the gender war, the smoke, and everything like that. And, you know, I believe that it is a function of the space. That's my personal perspective on things. Mm-hmm. However, with regard to talking about other things like technology, making money, business, and so on and so forth, do you believe that we've moved or turned the corner? I think we have. Into like the manosphere from 2.0 to 3.0 without it necessarily being said?
The manosphere itself, there's plenty of places. We try to direct you guys to people that talk about making money, stocks, technology, all these kind of people. You guys don't go. Why do you guys always come back here?
Well, I believe people go where their interests are.
In other words, we're feeding a necessary need and interest, right? Because look at the white guys, okay? This shit needs to change. Okay, your family life, your married life, your work life, all this stuff is influenced by what? By your relationship with not only your woman but also the government. Okay, shit needs to change. Okay, and the thing is that how to make money, man. There's tons of there's tons of people out there to teach you how to make money. Okay, tons of them. Okay, there's tons of people how to teach you how to do technology. Okay, I got 4 programmers. Okay, they do streams on programming and how to get into it and all that kind of stuff. How come you guys don't go over there? Because tons of people like that. So the thing is, why you guys keep coming back here? We don't make you guys come back here. What do you want? The whole manosphere to change into something that it was never designed to be? Is that what you want?
Well, personally, I don't. But I'm trying to fish my way through something here.
Okay, well, bullet point it because I'm not understanding.
Yeah. Well, so like I said, I do like the smoke, but you always hear the refrain as far as people saying we got to emphasize other things. I believe that we're already doing that if you seek it out. But I don't know if you're aware there was some kerfuffle on Rogers earlier or something about emphasizing, you know, these things, making more of an effort.
But the thing is, making
should that be a function of the space?
No.
Emphasizing
the space is designed to do what? What was the space designed to do?
You know, for men to network and to exchange
for men
information.
to have a voice, right? Okay, men to have a voice in political life, social life, in relationships. That's what it's designed for. That's what it's been designed for. This company's never done anything else. Okay. You try to steer people to something else, guess what? They come back to this, okay? So the market has already decided this is what you want. So if I decide to go into a technology channel, trust and believe, a technology channel, talk about technology stuff like that, y'all ain't gonna come. Okay. I talk about on my channel. I talk about geopolitical stuff. I talk about politics. I talk about tech. I talk about everything else. Right? Guess what? Guess what? The least amount of views I get on those. Those are the ones. Okay.
Tech and finance.
Tech and
Everybody
finance.
says that.
My book too.
Tech and
When I was
finance.
doing my reading.
Look at my channel. My channel's full of that stuff. Right?
Yeah.
Full of it. Okay. Do you guys do people come? Do people actually talk on this? If I was talking about tech and finance stuff like that, how many people would I actually have in this live?
One, if that.
No, I probably had about 100, like maybe 200 at best, right? Okay. Why are you here? Why are you trying to change something that you already want? Right? You don't want that. Stop trying to say that we should emphasize something else. We don't want that. We're not here to steer you into something else. You guys we already got people doing that shit. Young Grizzly makes almost $300,000 a year. Okay, Pants Rose probably makes over six figures. We got a whole bunch of people in here make six figures over. MS Delta makes over six figures, right, by himself. Okay, doesn't matter. Why you guys come here? They already have their money. Okay, they're already doing it.
True.
They don't need that. They don't need me to tell them how to do that to make more money. They're already doing it. Okay. They're here to make a change. The next phase is to make a political policy change. Okay, that's your next phase. That's where it needs to go. Not talk about network. If you want to network, nobody stop you from networking. Okay, nobody stops you. You go on my live streams. We talk about everything, right? But this is what the channels are designed for. Everybody has the channel. If you think that there's a need and there's a need for it, go do it. You can't take people coming in for this and steer them someplace else. We're not going to do that. Okay, we're not going to bait and switch people to actually go into something else, into tech or something like that. This is what they come for. This is what we give them. We try to give them answers to this kind of stuff. Okay. I don't care what they say, because guess what? They've been saying that forever. Guess what? People keep coming back doing the same goddamn thing. In fact, your reaction channels to this kind of bullshit blows up. Look at reaction channel like MTR. Does he talk about tech and finance? Here, the exact same thing, right? He talked about tech and finance. Guess what? His numbers dropped down to nothing. Okay, he had to go back to his format talking about relationships, because that's what pays the bills. That's where the views are. Okay,
that's what people want.
Me and Art went through a whole thing of the Kerner Commission, right, for damn near 3 fucking months. Okay, that will impact your financial and your political environment, right? No views. Okay. When we talk about females in relationships, we get views. You can't steer people where they don't want to go. I don't know what part of that people don't understand. If you think that you can do better, you try it. I'm not talking about you, Sir Anthony, in particular, right?
In general.
In general, okay. All right. Bay can tell you the same goddamn thing. He's a content creator. Okay. This is what.
Yeah, that's why I got what, 5 different channels.
Yeah. Basically, Rom has 4 different channels, right? Only one talks about male female issues from a male perspective. That's his biggest channel. He got 4 others. One of them's about metaphysics. One is about business. Guess what the bottom 2 are?
Finance
and metaphysics. Because I'd rather talk about metaphysics. I'd rather talk about geopolitics. I'd rather talk about anything else except this, right? But the thing is, this is where the need is. Okay, I'm not a game coach. Okay, even I have to talk about game because it's needed. I brought in Kevin to talk about this shit because it was needed. You go where the need is, and the thing is, culturally, Black folks have to get themselves together. Otherwise, you won't have a Black community. Money, finance, and all that shit is not going to stop that. Okay. In fact, it's actually going to accelerate what's already going on. Right. Guys gonna get money. They're gonna bounce. They're gonna bounce out of the country. They're gonna marry somebody that's more productive toward their business interests. A techie that goes into tech that's a nerd. He can't marry a Black chick. He got to marry a white chick or a Asian chick. Right. It's actually going to accelerate with the stuff that you already want. First thing you have to do is change the policy and change the motherfucking women. If the women don't change, the Black community's done.
Yep.
He's end of. But I'm gonna let you finish and go to Charles.
Well, no, I think I covered it. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah. I get it. We hear this all the time, and I get sick of it, man. I get sick of it. Or you should be talking about something else. You know, niggas used to actually encourage us to talk about something else because that's not what they want to talk about. This is the shit that's bothering them. Even the guys that are making six figures. I got tons of clients that making fucking six figures and over. They don't cry about money. They got money. What do they cry about? How can I find a woman that will actually facilitate my needs and my compassion, raise my kid without giving me a whole bunch of goddamn problems? That's what they want. Okay, and they can't get it. Okay, how do I solve this goddamn problem? Okay, I got 20 guys that are fucking Ivy League graduates. Okay, they're not here because they want to make money. They already know how to do that. They're here because they want to figure out this relationship shit. Anyway, go ahead, Charles.
It's just like a LL Cool J song. I need love.
I need love. Sergeant Willie Pete is a goddamn fucking physician. What is he crying about?
Woo! What's up, everybody?
Somebody got an echo. That's Charles.
Woo! Can you hear me?
Transfer wireless. Yeah, we got you. We'll go ahead.
No, I got my headphones.
Baltimore bust downs.
Well, at least our women don't look like bears in North Carolina. But anyway.
What?
That's a joke.
Well, you know.
Okay.
No, don't mind them. Go
Don't
ahead.
mind me. I'm just talking about the hairy women that Art loves.
All right.
But here's the point that I'm talking about. It's like where there's a void, there's going to be a need for people to get it filled. And y'all don't really want to talk about the goddamn tech like BGS said. Y'all don't even want to really have. Majority of men who come to our channels really don't want a solution. They don't want to care. They just want treatment. They just want somebody to patch them back up to go to that god-awful woman they got at the house. Well, I need some game. Well, sometimes the best fucking game is not to play the game in the first place. I mean, it's simple as that. Oh, but we should get our money together. Like, I'm gonna tell you, every time I hear women say that, why should I get more money? For you? Oh, so I could die early while you go spend my shit up for the next 30, 40, 50 years. Okay.
Die early.
Working yourself to death.
Divorce will take care of that.
Everybody knows what the hell I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Because guess what? Men are going to work much more dangerous and much more strenuous and stressful jobs than women. Women are not making a lot of money. Well, women are doing a damn thing. The bitch is a cashier at Walmart. She ain't fucking moving mountains. Like, fuck out of here. And that's your average black woman. Stop trying to live off some of these do you know how in debt most of these college bitches are? They starting out with fucking $150,000 in debt for their first degree. And sometimes that's for their associates. So when we actually look at this and shit and say, can black men actually manifest their destiny? Once the black man start actually smartening up and saying, you know what? I'm not getting anything out this deal. I need to get the fuck out of here. Oh no, you can't be happy. You can't leave. Why not? Because I'm not happy. That's your problem, bitch. And a lot of men are actually too afraid to say that. You know what? If I can't leave, I'm gonna leave. Oh, we're gonna be in our soft girl. Okay. And there's gonna be a number of you. There's gonna be a number of you who's gonna fall for that bullshit anyway. Purple pill motherfuckers. It's funny. How you gonna have a chick on there talk about how feminine and soft, and then a minute later she's cussing like a goddamn sailor? Like, is this the last like hurrah where everything ends or something? Like, somebody please tell me. Like, damn.
You know what's funny about that soft girl shit, Charles? Sorry to interrupt you, but they say they're trying to be soft, but in their same sentence, they say it's because I can get whatever I want if I speak soft.
Well,
It's nothing to do with your ass. It has something about getting her whatever she wants.
But that's why you tell them, I'm glad you're soft, but you still ain't getting shit. I mean, sometimes you got to play a different playbook. And just to go over what everyone was saying about the prerequisites, I'm gonna tell you one thing about black women: they don't even know what they fucking want. You will die 3 fucking times in a row and live over 100 lifetimes before you figure out what the fuck she wants. All these chicks don't want that genetic jackpot. Do you see some of the niggas they fucking had babies by? Look like a crash test dummy or something in the face.
Yeah, but he got a 6-pack and cool.
Nigga, please stop that bullshit. Stop that. Stop that Kentucky Fried bullshit.
One time.
No, it isn't. Did I just not tell you? A lot of these chicks are fucking around with niggas that are subpar. Like nigga look like Quasimodo. It's the fact that a lot of niggas believe what these chicks say. Who lies more than women? These are the same bitches who wear wigs and convince themselves they're beautiful wearing somebody else's shit with a ton of makeup. If they're gonna lie to themselves, you damn sure know they're gonna lie to you. They just want to find out if you're stupid enough to do it.
Andrew Baker, if you want, there's the link. The link is in the chat if you want to come up. If you want to snipe and talk shit, that's what the link's for. If you want to talk shit, the link's in the chat. We can have this discussion.
Wait.
Come on.
Come on, to do it to find a good woman. How? Okay. Wait, take it back.
We can take
relocate for a job, but you refuse to relocate for a better woman.
No, you would look for a job, but refuse to do it to find a good woman. Okay, I don't understand what that is. Anyway,
what is a good woman? The one that leaves you $5?
In other words, basically, they don't manufacture wives in America anymore. They want to find a wife, but that's a different story.
Hell no, they don't.
Tell them to click the link.
If you're really looking for a job, you got to find a way to eat. Okay, no matter where you go. So
I mean, what's more important, finding another bitch or finding a way to fucking put a roof over your head?
Both. But most people relocate because the cost of living is much less. That's most of the reason people relocate. It has nothing to do with a woman or a job. Anyway.
Hey, BGS, man, I tell you this, all this stuff happening and stuff with the the females and the culture. It's one thing. It's always has a positive outcome on me. I say for sure. It's motivated me more than ever to get back into the books and to continue with the studying and getting the fuck up out of here, because there's really nothing here for me, like, and that's just all I can say on it.
Yeah.
Got a partner in crime.
The thing is what we're trying to do, and what I'm trying to do. I'm not going to say we. Me, nameless protagonist, Gigi, Dr. T. We're trying to show you that this is systemic. And this is built into the environment, and when you change the environment, people will change. And marriage and submission, all the kind of stuff that we would like to think is inherent, is not. It's actually socialized into the people. Okay.
But
when the environment changes, the people are going to change. Go ahead, stick man.
Which is, we must keep it 100. The people who come up on all this arguing about things that should know since the first grade.
Mm-hmm.
They are mad. They're not mad about that is the problem. They're not mad about the environment. They're not mad about the system. They are mad about the position in the system, but not the system. That's the reason why they always argue about, if we change one part of the system, that we somehow can isolate from all the other parts and change it out to something that is not compatible with the system, then we can do it because nigger magic.
Yeah. All right. Anybody else want to get in? Just Green, you're in. You want to unmute and come in?
Yeah. I just real quick, man. Peace to the chat. I just wanted to say, man, if especially like for the guys who haven't, been listening for a long time, BGS is very underestimated and also very unappreciated. If I could, particularly what we're talking about right now, if there's anything of his collection you can go back and check out that'll help you, go and look at The Myth of White Womanhood.
Mm-hmm.
Look at the whole series from beginning to end. Whatever catches your ear, research it. at its base brass tacks, that's what all of this stuff boils down to, man. And what black men, particularly, I'm 40. If there's anything I can get these young brothers to understand is that at its base tax, man, it's not even about you.
Nope.
And like what a lot of y'all, like I love to hear the young brothers just say, you know, he getting into his books, he getting his study. I love to hear, you know, so many brothers, young brothers traveling and stuff like right now. The truth is, black men need to kind of take a vacation, really. This what's going on, it ain't about you. Get your money up, get your education up, live your life. What these women are trying to accomplish or really are getting ready to fight about is the myth of white womanhood. Black women think that they've gotten to a certain status because white men and the power structure have extended that rope to a certain extent to where they think they're somewhere that they're not. But they're mad at you when they're gonna forever be mad at you.
Yep.
Talk to any you can like you've spoken to BGS, talk to your uncles, talk to other men who are older than you. You can't go back to a period as black men where they wasn't telling you that you wasn't shit. And that's just the fact.
Yeah. That is true. That is true.
So the quicker I'm telling young dudes, the quicker y'all fighting the ghosts, man. The quicker y'all realize that it's never, you're never gonna be what they want you to be, because what they want is the power, they want the myth of white womanhood. It's what it all boils down to.
Yep.
Free yourself.
Yeah, feminists say that all the time. You know, white men won't marry them, even though they're they're having babies for them.
Yeah.
They've been having babies for them forever. They still are.
And that's another piece. When you did the about the fact that they have more children, period, than us, that was mind blowing.
Mm-hmm.
And it gave so much credit. It gives so much credit to the angst of mixed people, because you realize a lot of them don't know who their father was. And I never, put that into, never added that up.
Yeah.
But a lot of them don't know who their father is, which adds to that confusion and angst that a lot of them have.
Yeah, a white man can trace his father's line back sometimes 6 generations, man. A black man's lucky if he can trace it back to. Well, black man's lucky if he knows his grandfather.
Let's tell the truth, BGS. Let's tell the goddamn truth. Nobody calls the white boys a deadbeat dad.
Actually, the white boys are the original deadbeat dads.
Oh yeah, but they don't say it.
But it quickly got put on black men. It took about 3-4 years, and shifted deadbeat dad title onto black men. Didn't take long.
Yeah.
I remember the first case of the deadbeat dad is this. In fact, they did a movie on it where this guy left this white woman and his 3 daughters and moved someplace else, started another life. They earned maybe $200,000 in back child support. Got labeled deadbeat dad. Most of the original deadbeat dads were all white.
Oh, we know that. They just don't want to say it. And oh yeah, by the way, BGS, should I put you on for an early exclusive of my new T-shirts and sweatshirts? We're gonna come out with the "You'll Never Be Mrs. Cartwright" coming out soon.
If you got a mock-up, man, go ahead and post it so we can show it.
Okay. Oh yeah, I'm gonna come up with it. We're coming out with it soon.
Yeah. Basically, Dr. T already came out with his T-shirts called "Insert Man Here." It's #Stepdaddy season.
Yeah, if I said it once, I'll say it again. Black women are the rejected prostitutes. Or
you ain't shit.
Somehow my family, I think they figured out that like my line, some of it comes from like a royal Cameroonian like lineage and stuff like that.
Okay.
So I'm actually gonna do some research into that because they just sent me the information yesterday. But
on your father's side, how far can you go back as far as men?
Yeah, BGS, yeah.
Come on, Smooth. At least 4th generation.
Do you know your grandfather on your father's side?
Nope.
That's what I'm talking about.
I mean, he knows who he is. He knows his family, but he doesn't even like. He didn't.
I mean, I'm not talking about him. I'm talking about you. Do you know the name of your
No,
grandfather on your father's side?
no.
Okay.
I can. So I think the farthest I can go back is my great grandfather. That's about it.
See, and you're lucky. Okay, you and Charles are probably lucky because you guys one of the I would say probably the 10 or 20, 10 or 15% of black men can trace their not them because you know who the family is on your mother's side. On your father's side, how far can you trace back your line as far as
I
men
can
are
trace
concerned?
back my line about what 5-6 generations.
See, the thing is that's rare. That's rare.
Yeah.
And thank
Do
God
you
for
not write it
military
down?
service. Well, thank God for military service too to keep track of this shit.
Okay, yeah. See, that's rare.
Yeah, I don't know my mom's side. I know who he is, but I never seen him.
Yeah.
But he was a white guy.
Well, Shorty, do you not write it down somewhere?
He was a white guy.
Yeah, he was a deadbeat dad. Well, he was he? He was in a
Did he
child,
did he marry your grandfather or
grandmother? Nah,
grandmother?
no.
Yeah. Okay.
Nah, she was a hot tamale, I guess.
Yeah.
And
See, that's common.
hot tamale, white guy, start another family.
Okay,
On the other side of the tracks.
So your mother was a redhead stepchild, huh?
Oh yeah.
All three of them.
Oh,
damn.
Yeah.
So come over here, girl. Come over here, girl, so we can get a little bit of integration going on.
Sorry.
Come on, girl.
I remember when I met my grandfather. I think I was maybe about 10 or 11.
On
He
your
looked
father's
like my
side?
dad.
Okay.
Yeah, on my father's side.
Okay.
He looked like my father and my uncle and everything, but I only met him once. Well, I'm sorry, I take that back. I met him once while he was alive. I met him again when he was in his casket.
Okay.
That's when we found out that my father was not the oldest child that he had.
Okay. And so you met your grandfather. Do you know the name of your great grandfather?
I do not, but I'm pretty sure I can get it if I just up upstairs and ask.
Yeah. Yeah. The thing is, we, for the most part, we don't, this is a matriarchy. So basically, you can probably, on your mother's side, you can probably go back. Like, I know who my great grandmother is, right?
I have no idea who my mother's father is.
Really? Okay.
But then again, I never asked.
Yeah, I don't know.
The males are not important in the gynecology. You can probably contract your mother, your grandmother, your great grandmother, and maybe even your great great grandmother, as far as names are concerned, right? But the thing is, on the men in the line, the men in the line, hell, you barely know their names.
I have a cousin on my mother's side in St. Louis because that's where my mother's originally from. She has the family tree.
Yeah.
She's traced everybody back. She has generations. She has the lineage. But matter of fact, I think I'm gonna go ahead and have her email that to me.
Yeah, see, on my family side, I think the reason why we're so close to my father is because everybody was like mixed around on my mom's side.
See, we have all this. I want this bullshit because we're amalgamated, bred group of people, and we have all this cultural bullshit that's mixed up into our culture. Okay, that needed to be extracted, and guess who don't want it extracted? Women like this stuff. They like it the way it is.
They like chaos. The agents of chaos.
Because they actually perform better and get more benefits out of the fucking chaos than if they didn't. They like this shit.
Anyway. And very shortly. For all the people, I don't understand it. Sometimes I have the feeling some people don't know what is going on this earth. Do you know how fucked up life would be on earth if women really would be submissive if the guy makes money? I can trace my lineage back for 5th to 7th generation. The 6th to the 7th generation were so poor they had to drink mud water. Women still were submissive, so I don't know where that asinine concept comes from. If you get your money together, women automatically will be submissive. Like, huh? Where does it come from? Because it doesn't come from the rest of the world.
Because women said,
go ahead.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
Well, here's the thing. Oh, that is born out of what's been going on ever since really COVID, where you hear. I mean, it's not centered around that, but that's where the talk has been high value man, high value man, high value man.
Yeah.
Like, well, if he make enough, then yeah, maybe. But as you can see with the soft girl era, whatever they want to call it, the finesse era, is that it's BS. It's BS. I mean, like I think it was one of you that said Will Smith.
Yeah.
Will Smith. I mean, come on. That's you talk about a guy. I mean, although he married the wrong woman, but just to show you that if you take street trash and plop her in the middle of high society where she has access to the credit cards and everything, just like Brittany Renner, all she had to do was she didn't have to fuck her PJ no more. You know what I'm saying? PJ gonna be messing with the same. I think I really know what that was about. But outside of that, PJ was gonna be messing with the same chick that she was, and she was afraid that somebody was gonna take her spot. So it didn't matter that she had access to the credit cards with a $10,000 a month allowance and could use any car and access to the house and all of that. It didn't matter to her, even though she probably could have came out a whole lot better than the $2,500 a month she's getting supposedly.
That's called a loss. That's called a loss.
That's what she's upset about.
Loss.
Yeah.
So it's not about the money. It's about the attitude of the woman, and clearly, the money don't matter. What does it matter when the attitude is piss poor?
I'm gonna say this, Bay. It's so inbred in our women that one of my Padawans was telling me about his girlfriend in college. Oh, we're not gonna have sex. You know what he said? He said, I looked up in the sky and I saw you on a cloud saying, you know what to say, my nigga.
What did he say?
He said, you may not be fucking. That doesn't mean I'm not gonna be fucking.
Shit, that's what she meant. We, i.e., you, aren't going to be having sex in college.
I said, like he said, it was funny because she tried to use that control. Because women will fuck the shit out of you before you get in a relationship with them. And I said, damn, this starts early as a bitch, don't it?
Yeah.
And I'm like,
if I haven't fucked you once real good, I'm not taking you out on a date. Now that no sit down restaurant, we need to. I'm sorry, no, you need to prove yourself first.
Teriyaki noodles.
So what Gabe was saying is not true. So you shouldn't spend $150 on a date just on a date.
That bitch better be good with 2 for $20 at Applebee's.
Man, look, when I first meet you, to me that's the date. To me that's the date, because I'm getting to know you. I'm getting your information. I'm gonna call you that night or whatever. We gonna talk. It's an extenuation. And then when we decide to go ahead and hook up, I'm not, as far as like, how you dealing with a chick that ain't trying to smash on, quickly, but you are, but you're not trying to spend that money. That's what coffee dates are born out of. That's really what that's born out of. Because I've met chicks, I didn't even know them an hour, and I'm clapping cheeks. You know what I'm saying? What do I look like taking you out on a Red Lobster dinner when I can clap cheeks just because of simple attraction? Am I making sense?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll take you to dinner once, we done clap cheeks a few times, and and it looked like it's just me and you. You ain't really trying to fuck with nobody else like that. Like, all right, come on, fuck it. You want to go? I'm allergic to shellfish, but fuck it, we'll go to Red Lobster. I mean,
I always tell women, women talk about dates. I said dates are for my girlfriend. Okay.
Thank you. Dates are for girlfriends.
Dates are girlfriend.
Hey, to be honest, BGS, dates. To be honest, for me, even it's a little bit worse because dates are for girlfriends. What I see is going somewhere. I'm not taking a girlfriend Well, I'm just
Yeah, well,
you.
you want them athlete alphas like my son. Y'all don't date nobody.
Well, you was one back in the day, BGS.
Nah, I wasn't not like that. No, we had a different kind of day, man. Okay,
Oh,
y'all on some different shit. Okay, but I know what it's saying. So basically, that's why I come to complain. No more coffee dates. I said you're lucky to get coffee. You know, this day and age.
Shit, you better hope to get water now.
Yeah,
She go and she get coffee. She pay for it. How about that?
Better hope it's from what is it, Starbucks instead of what it Winchell's or whatever the donut shop is, or Dunkin' Donuts.
We can go wherever she wants. She just got to pay for it. That's
it. Get gas station coffee.
Oh, they're doing gas station hot wings, huh?
Yeah,
it's for $2.51. Huh?
Go and put some mustard on that dog, baby. It's okay. It's free.
Nah, the hot wings for $5.
We don't charge the condiment. Shit, this Speedway.
Hey, Speedway got some good hot dogs. Come on now. It's not brioche, but you know.
Anyways, things have kind of calmed down. People come in with that bullshit. You just want black people to be poor. Money is not going to change this shit, man. That's what I told Southern Wizzy P. Do you have to? Basically, really and honestly, to actually reform the black family, after reading it, right? Man, these motherfuckers spent like $2 trillion on the black community to actually bring up the level of the black family. They did. I had to give them credit for that. They didn't want to, but they spent it, right? Unless black men have like that kind of money, that kind of jack, okay, to actually do this kind of stuff. You got black billionaires. The thing is, even billionaires cannot change policy like that. Okay, they can't. Okay, Soros and BLM, can they change policy a little bit? Yeah, but Soros. You go back and look at Soros. They actually want to point at Soros and BLM, the money that he spends. Right, it's not just his money. Number one, but the open society actually started this shit back in 1994. Okay, with the process that they're doing. BLM is just the peak of what they're doing.
Yeah,
they spent 25 years on this shit. It just, and not just with money, with influence, with talking to politicians, trying to get policy change. Okay, you just start yesterday.
I don't understand why people think that movements always start immediately, like in 1 second. Do they not know how long is the preparation? Alone the preparation takes 10 years, 20 years for movements to go up, to do something. That's what I don't understand. What is this disconnection between doing something collectively and thinking it happens immediately? Why is that happening? Why? I don't get it.
Yeah.
Microwave mentality. We live in a culture where everything has to be instant.
Instant ramen, man. That's all.
Right. So if you don't get results within the first 24 to 48 hours, people will abandon it.
Yeah. That's why they always say, you start it first and I follow. That's what black people want. They want you to do it first, and then once you get on, they're like, okay, I can get on now.
Yeah.
If it's your idea, we did it together. If it's your idea, I want you to start first. Show me how it's done, and then I'll follow in behind you. It's your idea.
Like even in Germany, people think that the Nazis came out of nowhere. Basically,
no,
you can't understand the Nazis without understanding Bismarck, right? They went back to what they had been before. Okay, it didn't pop out of nowhere. They tried liberalism. It didn't work out because they had a depression. They went back to what they knew.
Yeah.
It didn't just start out of nowhere.
Do you know how some neo-Nazis in America look at me when I try to explain them that Hitler was nothing new? What he saw that was a long part of the culture that was ingrained into it.
Yes, ingrained to it. Yes. That's why I said that's what people talk about fascism in America. You cannot have fascism in a liberal culture. It's not going to take hold. It never will. Basically, it cannot. Name me a fascist country didn't have an authoritarian government.
Oh, I'm not saying they're going to succeed. I'm just saying that they're trying.
They
from the left side.
They can't even come close. It's not even. It's
no.
Going to take hold.
The problem is. Let's say you have for one generation dictatorship let's say he used space magic and he somehow made it in America. Because of the culture and the history, down the line, it will become liberal again.
Yeah.
Because it's been baked into the society for such a long time.
In other words, you have to have an order. If you understand Prussian values, which what Nazism and fascism is built on, right? You got to have a compliant, ordered society to actually follow orders, right? You can't even get motherfuckers to wear a mask during COVID.
Bro, these
How you gonna have
people
a
are
fascist
trained to
government?
operate chaotically under
No,
authoritative rule.
basically, you have a whole country of liberals, left and right liberals, that want to do what the fuck they want to do. You can't have an ordered society with that. They'll rebel. They'll burn the country down first.
Yeah.
What's wrong with what we did during COVID?
I have a quick question,
Mm-hmm.
because you are much wiser. Art can talk to when he wants. How much power and how long would it realistically take if, let us say, we use some talking points of the stupid people, we would take away women's rights? How much chaos, how much power do we need? How long would it take?
It would take, it would either one or two things. Either you have to reform the family into something else, or it would take a complete collapse of the Industrial Revolution. Complete collapse. You have to go back to an agrarian society where you actually
Yep.
need male labor, you need children, lots of children actually work that land. It would take a complete collapse. That's what it would take.
No
Okay.
technology whatsoever.
Yes.
Thank you. Now, for all in the clouds who are listening, my enemies, you heard it. We literally have to go to the dark ages. So stop
Yes,
this
you would.
stupid idea of, oh, we come together as a collective and then we take women's rights away. Yeah. God damn, I hate that.
Dar said, "Fuck that! I want my internet."
But basically, the black pill that this anthropologist actually put up in I think the comments, actually cut out the comment section, right, where he actually said you have to go back if you want women that's to go back to being subservient or being a patriarch. You have to go back to a dark age. That's what he said. And unless you can do that, it's not going to happen. Your environment's not going to make it happen, because if you look at on the continent right now, as they modernize and they go closer to industrializing and post-industrial, the feminism will actually start to follow, no
The
matter what.
funny thing is most of the more, let us say, tribes who still pray to the, let us say, native gods, they
Yes.
were not very patriarchal when it comes to the women man dynamic to begin with. The only thing really patriarchal came with Islam. Even with Islam, if you actually follow the history, the Arabs came down here into West Africa and say, "Oh, you are not real Muslim. Why is a woman allowed to go around with open hairs? Or why is they allowed to be a part of the discussion? You are not Muslim. You're fake Muslim here in Africa. What are you doing?"
Yeah.
Or
like
not
I said,
Muslim. It's not Muslim. That's the thing. It's not. That's the whole just
Muslim,
thing of it. So
but Muslim is according to Eastern Muslim, where they're a strict patriarchal society.
yeah.
There are rules in basically tenets to a patriarchal society. In fact, the white guy told you what it was, right? Control of the children, all right? Control of the
hmm
children, getting control of the wealth. That's the first tenet of patriarchy. He was telling you you don't have one. You don't have a patriarchy.
Yep.
First tenet of patriarchy is control of the children, right? Who gets the kids? Like, people keep arguing that point. Go back to 3,000 years to the first patriarchy, right? Which is the which is the Hittites, right? Control of the children. The males have control and ownership of the kids. Okay, it only ended in the 1800s, right? In the 1800s with the custody of infants. That was the first strike against the patriarchy. Okay, first strike where the state actually took the kids. In fact, I'll actually find this. Actually a French feminist philosopher. She says that the children belong to the state. She's the only one that actually heard say that, right? In fact, when I did my research, she's actually right. Children don't belong to you; they belong to the state. They belong to the state. The thing is, we don't want to recognize that because we want to think that we're so in control. You're not. Children belong to the state.
Or you think the state's gonna take them away from you?
They can take away from, or say that they can turn your kid into a female. If she can't do that without the state's permission, and without the state enforcement. Okay.
You know what? There's a law. I think it's a law in Florida. There's the I forget what it's called. Somehow say gay or don't say gay or whatever.
Right.
Where teachers can dress your boy up in drag with pigtails, have him calling himself Mary Sue, and they ain't got to tell you nothing.
Yep.
Yeah, they ain't got to talk to you.
Yep.
Do that to my kid.
No. It might
See
have
what
to go.
happens.
Well, it might have to go there. But the thing is that is what I'm saying is this is not something that the culture agrees with. This has been done by the state for whatever reason they're doing it.
Yeah.
That's what we keep trying to tell people. Okay.
I mean, what do you think you're hearing all these damn parents being mad about this shit? Like, why they're going to the school talking about why is my son wearing a dress in kindergarten?
Majority female-led homes. I mean, come on. You got black boys running around showing they.
It's the state.
Wait.
The state
Look, listen.
Okay, go ahead.
Listen. You got females who let they teenage boys run out the house with their drawers and ass cracks showing. We have seen videos of men who are in the house with boys beat the shit out of them for calling themselves trying to do something like that. Now you got this don't say gay bill in Florida, and you wondering why there's no pushback from black society in Florida?
It has nothing to do with black society. It's white society that's pushing this.
White society is pushing back against that. I mean, Florida is a conservative.
No, they're not.
Oh, yes, they are. Disney is under. Listen to me. Disney. Listen to me. Listen, I'm gonna tell you.
Babe, how did it get passed in the first place?
Because they snuck it in under some other shit. That's how it got passed. And what happened was Disney was a part of that because they're down there in Florida. Well, what happened was the government said that when your contracts are up next year, Disney, no more land tax grants and all of that easy stuff. No, we gonna charge the fuck out of y'all. Disney is Disney because they help push this stuff. All right, because you can't do it without media support, and Disney is the main media supporting this. They're getting their asses kicked. You know, because Bob Chapek, the president of Disney, the CEO of Disney, tried to change that stuff. He tried to kill it, but because he wanted Disney to move away from politics. But because you have a lot of people on the board who are SJWs and woke and all that bullshit, he was like, okay, fine, I'll give it to you. I'll give it to you just to show you what it's gonna cost you. This is why a lot of these shows coming out of Disney got all this gay stuff in it, and all this woke stuff and colorism and all this stuff, and they're losing millions of dollars.
In other words, the broader culture does not want this. It's a few people that are in power that are pushing this.
Thank you. That's exactly what I'm saying.
But it's not just Disney. It's not Disney is really pushing this. It is the very few that got into academia that's pushing this outwards.
Academia and basically the government is actually going along with this shit.
Yeah.
For whatever reason.
You're saying it's not Disney, but if Disney is complicit with it, with their medium, their media, then of course they're part of it.
It's not.
They're helping to.
It's not. Look, I like I said, I did a video. May I repost it? May I redo it? That they're already talking about. They're already talking about.
Go ahead, show
taking,
it. Is it short?
Well, no, it's got me talking about. You know the one I showed I think it was last week we talked about where they're talking about getting rid of the gender on birth certificates.
Oh yeah. That's
they're already
they're already doing it. Yeah. Yeah,
okay.
Whatever reason they're doing
Disney, it, but okay.
Yeah, whatever.
No, but this is bigger than Disney.
This has been a slow.
Oh, I understand that it's bigger than Disney, but I'm telling you, they're the media conglomerate that's complicit with this. This is what I'm saying.
All of them are.
Once again, you must look at the source. How can the source fight against itself to push back against something they created? This culture is the source. And to commit culture mean everyone who is Western liberal. that is the source.
And it's
It
not just
does
here
not
either.
matter.
Yeah, it's not just here.
It's not, no, it's not just here. It's here in Europe too, and every other countries that slowly adapts this lifestyle. That's why I say it's funny how. First of all, it shows me that media work perfectly because people are distracted by bread. I call it bread and games. They're distracted by little things like he is attacking Disney, but Disney is just a little tail of the entire monster. And this entire monster called society. Disney, you can't kill Disney. Disney is not the source. Yeah. Disney is just a conductor. It's not the source.
I didn't say they were the source.
Because the thing is, what Truth was trying to say, what Willie Pete was trying to say. I don't give a fuck how many black guys start earning over 100K, right? Don't give a shit, okay? All of them could, right? They're not going to overturn this society, especially with people at the top doing this shit. You don't have enough money. You had $1 trillion. It's not enough.
The funny thing is, when I always hear that thing, okay, let's do it a business. Let's say the entire politics of business. You're basically asking the state to give up a multi-billion-dollar deal because of your feelings, because they don't like it.
Yeah,
who would do that?
They just, to keep you calm, man. They just dumped $12 trillion into the economy in 2 years, man. $12 trillion. Okay, your money. If they want to do something, your money's not going to make any difference. Okay.
No, not even close.
Oh, the thing is, you have to figure out how to do it a different way. That's what I was trying to tell John and Willie Pete. Okay, and trust and believe, they spent tons of money trying to change your bitch. Didn't work. They spent tons of money trying to change her. Your black woman is still the same black woman that she was in the 1820s as she is in the 2020s. She ain't changed. That's what Frazier and Du Bois and Clark and all these other people are trying to tell you. She ain't changed. Go back and look how she was acting then versus how she's acting now. She ain't changed. She's still going having multiple children by multiple men. She still wants to go from man to man to man. Diane Stewart, she wrote a whole book about that. That's what they want. And these are the academic smartest people. These are not the lower level people. So the people at the top and the black women at the top and the black women at the bottom actually agree on how the culture is supposed to go. They agree on that shit.
Mm-hmm. And the white women and all these other women are now emulating, thinking, but it's self-sabotage. Because that's the reason why the divide in the community is even starting in the first place is this kind of behavior. So they think they're gonna try to replicate their own version of that and then reserve that to you. Fuck no.
Yeah.
You want that either.
Yeah. There's multiple things going on at the same time. Like Nam was talking about the behavioral sink, right? The lane flat, all that kind of stuff. All this shit is happening at the same time. You trying to alpha your way through all this shit, and you only have 6% of the population, and only 2% of them make over 100K. And you're supposed to actually go back and retroactively reform all these 17 million black men to be kick-ass black men, all just out of nowhere. And you haven't even started to talk about with the easy group, which is the boys. Okay, the boys, that's the easiest group that you reform. Okay, nobody's talking about that shit. You talk about black men just have to come together, earn more money. Motherfucker, good luck.
Individual solution to a collective problem.
Yeah, good luck. If you tell most black men how to, you got. And this is something that Theo Waff was saying, right, about him teaching black guys how to do tech, how to do IT, right? His biggest problem was overcoming the low self-esteem that black men have that comes from their society and comes from their mothers. That's his biggest problem because they don't believe they can actually do it. That's his biggest problem. He can't teach them before he actually overcomes that. He told me that he's had 20 guys. He said he told me my biggest problem is not the tech, it's not the money, it's the psychology and the socialization inside that black man's mind. That's the biggest problem. Do you think you'll overturn a bitch that has everything going for her to actually become submissive because you got money? Get the fuck out of here.
What was that? Did you watch that thing from Mr. Z? I think it's on his community tab where he had his I guess the guy's mother yelling at him, telling him that he needs to do what she says. If she says, "I want you to take a gun and shoot your brother," you do it.
I think that's been a while, but I think so. I think so.
And he was just sitting there looking all sad, like like he was like a fucking drone. That's what a lot of guys are dealing with, man.
I mean, you look at Laura London, right? How many successful black guys has she dated and had babies by? Does she she look like she's submissive? Does she act girly and submissive to you?
I think the problem is to keep 100 is that we see there's a problem, and watching other societies, watching in brackets, many people came to conclusions that makes no sense in this
Autistic
environment.
male, you just have to jump in, man, because I don't know if you want to talk or not if you don't say anything. Go ahead, Snake Man. Snake Man, he can go after you.
Okay, and they come to solutions, but my problem is when I sometimes listen to those people who quote unquote give a solution, I think they say, man, stop it. I know that you don't want to be in a patriarchy. You don't act like a man who wants to be in a patriarchy. Come on, you just want that the woman you like, or the woman you like to sleep with, I have a little bit more respect for you, but you don't really want that system, because I can hear it out of your voice and your behavior that you are not ready for this. The system would destroy you before it destroys a woman.
You know what I want? They just want the ego.
Yeah, go ahead, AM.
I'm gonna need a minute to think about this before I ask it, and because I'm gonna ask it. That's quite a literal with patriarchy. Why would it? No, not why would it? Why is it that it has become such a large topic for certain people?
Okay, because they think, and because they're looking at what they think is the patriarchy out of white men, right? And they think that if you have a patriarchy in the black community, you're going to get black women to act like white women, or black women act like Asian women or Latino women. Okay, they think if we form a male patriarchy, we can force black women into actually doing and acting the way we want. That's what they think.
Well, regarding forcing black women, why is it that black women force other men to do what they want them to do when not everything can be forced?
Say that again.
Regarding black women, when it comes to them forcing other things upon other males, albeit they're different races, why is it that they are being forceful upon those males?
In other words, why aren't black women acting the same way toward other races of men as they do with us? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Okay. In other words, if you really look at the black women, they're actually dating or marrying white men or Asian men or something like that. Okay, they have grown up and been socialized in a mixed environment. Okay. In a very mixed environment. So they've been socialized to actually act in a similar way that Asian man or that white man wants them to act, because they've been socialized in the same environment. Okay, that's number one. Number two, if you look at the rates of marriage as far as black women marrying any other race of men, it's very, very low. Okay, it's extremely low. So it's extremely rare to see a black woman married to an Asian, Mexican, or a white man. Extremely rare. And there's a reason for that. Is because of the way they've been socialized by their mothers. You know, they'll have babies by them. They'll have concubines. In fact, they have more babies by them out of wedlock than they actually have marriages from these particular guys. For the same reason, it's fine to date them, but I can't take them home. Can't get along with them. So they pretty much act the same way with those white guys and those Asian guys as they do with us. Okay, the thing is, we're stuck with them. We actually been socialized to actually accept them the way they are.
Which is one of the reasons why other races of women, when they come to us, they like us because we're so commandeering to the women.
Yeah.
Versus other men are to theirs.
Yeah.
Like I said with the dentist, say I got that bitch just like where I want her.
Art, are you saying soft man? Soft man era?
Soft girl?
Soft
man era. No, well, black men have always been. Feminists say the same thing. Black American men are the most egalitarian, cooperative men on the planet for women, and they've suggested that elite white women actually, if you want a supportive mate that will actually be masculine and still accept your agenda, marry a black man.
What was the one black dude that had the 2 white women?
That had a what? Oh yeah. Oh, the black man, he was married to 3 white women. Yeah.
Yeah, the two white women. No, the white women married each other and got him to come in.
Got him to come in. Yeah. Yeah, and take care of him.
They take care of him. He just meets the masculine presence that they need.
I mean, in fact, there's a video I actually was going to do this video, but Dr. Johnson said I shouldn't do it. Right, of a black man being stepfather to a white baby, right, and the white mother's actually filming, and she's cooing and said what a good father he is and stuff like that. I said, black man, is this your future to be a concussor for a white gynocracy? Because we have been so socialized to accept these positions, right? I actually had to tell it to Opie, right? He said, why do black women expect black men to be stepdaddies to their children they had by 2 or 3 other different guys, right? And he said, because they expect black men to accept less. I said, no, that's actually an adaptation to slavery and Jim Crow. Okay, where a man had to step in. We've been socialized to actually step in and be stepfathers. We've been socialized by our environment, by other people, by our mothers and everything else, right? To step in and take a woman that has 2 or 3 or even 4 different babies by 4 different men, because our culture says it's acceptable. In a white environment, even an African environment, they say, hell no, you're not going to you're not going to be stepdaddy to some slut that had babies by 4 different fathers. You can marry one of them.
I mean, you can in Africa, you can, but we disown you and kick you out of the house.
In other words, you disown. They're not going to accept that. Yeah, but the thing is perfectly acceptable in the black community. The thing is, nobody wants to look at that. Everybody wants to think if we just offer our way through it, these women will change. Good luck.
Not everything is change. Everything is a choice.
And sometimes,
not always.
And the thing is, you walk in any restaurant, right? And you want choice. Okay, what are your choices?
Depends on what the store is and where I'm going.
In other words, what's on the menu, right? Who controls the menu? Is it you?
Person that controls the menu is the person that's ordering.
The person controls the menu is the restaurant.
What?
Okay. Yeah. They control your choices. So, in other words, can you go to McDonald's and order a steak?
Yeah.
Yeah. You can? Okay.
No.
Where? Huh? Where?
No, not at all. Never mind.
In other words, the restaurant defines the choices. In a gynocracy, they define the choices that you can make. You can make a choice, but the thing is, what defines your choice? Okay, is it you can pick from a rich gynocrat to a poor gynocrat. Okay, those are your choices.
Right.
Your only other choice is not going to that store, going to that restaurant. I got to pick another restaurant, which is why passport bros is scaring shit out of them. Oh, they're picking another store altogether. Instead of trying to put, more mustard on my burger instead of ketchup, right? Which is game.
Yeah.
How can you try to finesse yourself to get pussy out of this woman and actually serve her better? That's all it is. You're just serving her better. That's women don't have problem with game. Women encourage you to have game and swag because it's serving them better.
Spend all your damn money on fucking Jordans and clothes, and you ain't got the damn box spring.
You look the way she wants to get her pussy wet, right? You talk the way she wants because it entertains her. You give her excitement. You're serving her. Does that serve? If that serves you, that's fine. I don't have no problem with it. If a black woman is what you want, okay, and she asks, basically that's the kind of group of women that you want, that's fine. Just accept them the way they are.
They like
You
the
can't even
peacock,
you can't tell the bitch to lose weight. She's gonna cuss you out. Look at Lizzo. I ain't gotta lose weight. I ain't gotta change my hair. I ain't gotta change my eyelashes. I can wear tats. Okay. You just have to. If you want some pussy, you're gonna accept me.
Quick Lizzo joke. Yeah, I ain't gotta lose weight. How come Captain America don't want to fuck me?
Because he white. Okay.
And you fat. Because Chris Evans he's a swirler.
Yeah.
Oh well.
Well, yeah. He respectfully declines.
Yeah.
There's only so much the super soldier serum can do.
Yeah. The thing is,
how long before black women start claiming white men don't want to date them because they're racist? I really was expecting that.
They already do.
Let me finish. Go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, do you really want to what?
What?
You said you want to finish your statement? How long the black woman gonna how long is it gonna take before black women admit that white men are racist or something?
Oh, you were talking to me? Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I thought this whole Ariel situation would have black women up in arms about how black men don't want to date them because they're racist. And I'm like, well, I mean, because in all honesty, if you really look at it, remember the 50 states, 50 dates?
Yeah.
That had, triggered a few black women, a few wannabe swirlers. And now here you got this whole Ariel situation, because nothing says your dreams of a black woman of swirling yourself out of the black community, nothing dashed your hopes like this 50 states and then the Ariel situation.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Black men have considered. You know what? This is funny, man, because I think Art sent me this, right? White men have said they're more attracted to black men than they are to black women. Multiple white men have said that we're more attracted to your men than we are to you.
Man, don't open that up. Don't open that up. That gives me flashback here in Germany.
Anybody that's ever gone to a white school, right? To a white school, been around white boys have a fetish for black men. They do.
Yeah, you have to dodge that shit like it's a Matrix.
Dodge them. And these are straight white men. They have a fetish for you. Believe it or not. I've seen that more than a few times. Somebody never wanted to get naked in the locker room around white men.
Man, oh God!
I'm trying to figure out if something's true or not.
I have a question regarding schools. With the way that the school teaches the students, why is it that they're not taught everything they need to know?
You are taught everything you need to know, according to whom? Who
But according to who?
Who controls the menu?
You.
No, you don't control the menu.
You pay for the food. You pay for it, but you don't control it.
Who makes the curriculum? Who makes up the curriculum in your schools where you send them? The state makes feds and state makes up the curriculum, right? They teach you what they want you to know. Okay, that's like when they don't want to teach you CRT. Okay, critical race theory. Okay.
Yeah. They teach you what you need to know at the 8th grade level, which is all you need to function in this society.
In this society, they teach you how to function in this society. That's what they teach you. They don't teach you. They teach you everything that you need to know to function in society.
How to read, write, and count at an 8th grade level. Everything else past that is on you.
Yeah, and
the cream rise to the top.
And then basically they're saying it's down to the 6th grade level.
Oh, that's even worse.
Yeah. For black boys, basically you go down to the 5th. Okay. Black boys cannot pass a 6th grade reading comprehension test for the most part.
And the ones that can, this funny thing is they don't help you with the black women because they're actually not as adequate as they think they are. They end up stealing from you, which was my experience.
You know,
literally, oh my God.
The one good thing about talking to PhDs, right? About PhDs on a PhD level, right? They talk about PhD level women have boys that are failing. Okay, they're fucking failing out of high school. Okay, you have bitches with doctorates that can't even help their own sons.
Wow.
You would think that all these educated women with all these bachelor's degrees can teach. I had this own fucking problem with my own daughter. I said, you're perfectly capable of actually teaching your own kid. You have a bachelor's degree, okay? And he's in 3rd grade. What can't you teach him? You don't have the desire to teach him. You like him to be cute and cuddly and under you, okay? They don't care about the success and mastery of your boys. They don't care about that. My son had to go through the same. I had to fight my women to actually be tough enough on my son to make him worth something, right? They don't care about that. They want a cute, cuddly under them. That's what they want. They want control of them. That's what they want. The system is working as intended. You think it's not, but it is.
That's true.
Because the black woman ain't complaining about it. Anyhow, we're starting to slow down a bit, so we're gonna start to close out.
So how you gonna change the system with a 70% single mother household rate who are defiant to the very end towards you and the rearance of your children? Remember when Umar Johnson was on that, Dr. Umar Johnson was on that radio program with that black lesbian, although she had a son, and she was talking about there ain't no way her son going to Africa with a group of other kids, and her son's not going to that school that Umar was talking about. And it's like, bitch, I thought you was pro-black.
Yeah, she is.
Yeah, that's what you're up against.
Yeah. Oh, okay. The thing is, and this is something because somebody put up how is MGTOW going to change things, right? The thing is, you have to change. You have to change it at a structural level. Okay, there's certain things that the state wants that it needs men to participate in. Okay. If men do not participate in said venture, then it's not going to work. They have to put out enough goodies and enough benefits for men to actually participate. If you accept what you get, guess what? You're going to get nothing. Okay? You have to put pressure on the state to change this shit, change the structure. Now, this is what's happening. Why do you think they actually reversed abortion, right? The state's not getting what they want. Okay, men, they have to start having a mandatory DNA test because the men will not participate unless you change it. Okay, and not just us, but also white guys are doing the same thing. MGTOW started something. In other words, saying we're not going to participate in what you want for this society if you don't give us what we want. That's where you change shit. Yeah. People misconstrue MGTOW as hating women. MGTOW was never against women, ever.
It's against
it's against the state, against the structure of the state. We're gonna boycott women, boycott marriage, boycott having babies, and lay flat unless you give us what we want.
You know, but hey, you know who's saying that though? You know who's saying that though? This is how indoctrinated they are. They think them vying for power and us not necessarily going with it is us attacking them. That's crazy, BGS.
No, it's not crazy. What other kind of framework do they have to think about things? They don't have anymore. That's all they got. That's why they go with it. Women really don't think don't really have original thoughts. They copy about what the woman in front of them has done. That's what they're good at, copying things. That's how come they're good at school in the present school system. They copy and do what the teacher tells them to do. That's how they make it. Men have independent thoughts. It's like you can't teach men the same way you teach women. Men have to you have to show men that this way is correct. Women, you don't have to. They will accept it because you said so. But that's how you change shit. What is it? Stacey Abrams and her black male agenda, whatever she wants to call it. Even though we don't like it, guess what? She'd have never said that 2 years ago or 4 years ago.
Do you know why she said that?
Why?
She is losing badly out here.
Yes.
Because when out here, everywhere I go, Stacey Abrams signs all have rainbow flags on them. You know, this is why she came out with a black male agenda, because the pressure was put on her. Like, wait a minute, you got agendas for women, you got agendas for the LGBTQ community. Where's us here in black men here in Atlanta? You know, the ones who can really put you in office.
Thank you.
Okay, the ones once you get in office, you'll have to turn to us for favors and shit. You need to have an agenda for us, and it was piss poor.
Yes. Yeah, but the thing is, she would never even consider it. She would actually talk down to you 2 years ago, like she did 2 years ago, running for governor. In other words, in other words, if you don't vote for me, you're not black, right? In other words, the women are actually chastising you about not voting for Democratic. Okay,
shit, but I ain't black. I've been told all my life I wasn't black anyway because I'm light skinned. So fuck it.
But the thing is the Ice Cube effect, where they told him that black women were not black people. They need a separate agenda. That's where the shit comes from. Okay, fine, bitch. Guess what we're gonna have? We're gonna actually ask for our stuff and our name, what we want, instead of the community.
Hey, BGS, I thought I must have went to heaven when Joe Biden said, "If you don't vote for me, you're not black." I thought I must have went to heaven when that statement. Like these statements crazier and crazier.
He was right though. The thing is, he had women in his pocket.
This nigga, man.
Yeah. He had the women in his pocket. That's like Stacey Abrams and all those other women and that he paid off. Basically, they got him in office because they controlled the black men. Black men actually tired. For once, they're actually tired of it. Okay, where she had to at least try to bend the knee. Okay, at the very least, because she never would have done that a year ago, much less 2 years ago. She never would have done that. She didn't care about the black male vote because it came along with the black woman vote. But now black men actually starting to stand up and taking this shit seriously. This is how you do things. Okay, money's fine, but the thing is, this is how you do things. It's called political pressure. And basically, the internet and social media is giving you more ability to actually do that without money. You don't need to go through the gatekeepers to pay people off. You can do it directly. If you got 1 million people, 1 million guys committed actually for one agenda without money, it change more things than a guy with $1 billion and faster. But the thing is, trying to get people to see that, past that, even millennials and Z's, trying to get them to see that, they can't comprehend that. They can't comprehend it. You're using the technology, okay? But how's an old guy that can tell you this, but you can't see it, and you actually use it and actually grew up with it?
You're looking at the moon, but now you say what the guy say? You looking at my finger, but you can't only see the moon.
Yeah. Those cosmic occurrences. Okay.
How about that? You can't
slap
tell
you upside the head.
Shit.
Yeah. But that's how you change. That's how you change it. But men are starting to wake up. Oh, this is how we do shit. This is how you, like the passport bros. Oh, this is how you do it. Now they're coming running because these niggas are leaving.
Mm-hmm. Now
This
you
is
got
how
soft
you do
girl
it.
era.
Yeah, the soft girl era. Well, maybe we should think about bending the knee to these guys, give them what they want. Oh, really? Instead of telling them we ain't got to do shit, we don't need you. All of a sudden, that's changing. The rhetoric is starting to change. Has it gone far enough? No. But the thing is, what you're doing is working. Keep doing it. You're on the right path. That's why I say the original gender war is over. Okay, now the new one is getting ready to start. If you want to call it a gender war, it's about power. It's about black male power. It's not what chick you choose or making a chick do something. I said, fuck all that. Get your power first. Okay. Politically, monetarily, if you can do that, but politically, monetarily, and mentally, take your power back. But you got to take it back mentally first, but do it any other kind of way. That's why I'm here. Take your power back mentally. And this is how you do it. Okay? This is what all this shit is built upon. So when they come at you, I actually argued with this PhD last night on Sade's platform, right? Ripping her apart because she's trying to give me this postmodernist intersectionalist bullshit. It's tearing her apart. She had to start bending the knee. Okay.
I'm sorry. Wait. Repeat that. Where were you? Sade? Shay Sade?
Shay Sade. She actually did a post that she's going to do a video is racism. What's the worst? the thing that we have in the black community: classism or racism. I said racism is classism.
Right. So she already made the video, or she's
No.
going
It's
to make the
not a
video?
video. She's gonna make the video, and she's actually
Okay.
did
So this must have
a
been in the
community post.
thread where you were talking to some chick.
A community post. It was actually a community.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. That's where I was.
Keep that out.
Yeah.
Oh, do you use Dropbox DVS or you just use your Google Drive?
I do have a Dropbox, but I usually use a Google Drive. What you need?
No, I'm trying to send you the PDF for that book.
Oh yeah, it should be small enough just to email it to me.
And it's a little bit.
How big is it?
Let me check.
If it's under 25 megs, you can probably just email it to me.
Where is it?
You can just email it to me. It'll go up to your Google Drive. I download it. You can actually delete it after I get it.
Okay, because I was gonna send you that, and I was gonna send you the what's the other thing I was gonna send you? Oh yeah, that novel.
Okay. Difference Machine.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've read about 2 or 3 of his books. Not that one though.
It looked interesting. That's why I was asking you about it.
Yeah, I think he wrote that. I'm not as much into steampunk as what do you call it, futuristic punk.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I read about 3 of his books. So
yeah, this is a 93 megabytes.
Okay. Well, yeah. If you just email it, it'll go to Google Drive. I can download it, and then you can actually go back and delete it if you want to.
Okay. Yeah, I'll do that.
Okay. All right. Anything else before I actually bounce? Because we're at 4 hours. I wanted to do 2, but you know how it is. And basically, I want to tell truth, man. You can't come up on my panel and scream at me like that and start talking shit. I will drop you. Okay. I don't have pay. I told people I didn't have the patience for that, but they do it anyway. If you got an argument, I ask you where, you give me a. If you actually make an assertion, I can actually interrupt you and say that's not true, instead of you making your whole statement. I don't have to give you your whole statement. Okay. I don't know where people get that from. If you make something, I want to interject. I'm gonna interject. I'm sorry, because you can go way past that into something else. Okay, and you were wrong. But anyway, but if you don't want to come back, guess what? Don't come back. I don't care. I'm getting tired anyway. All right, y'all.
You say you've been reading that though, right?
What's that? What?
Accounting for Slavery?
Yeah, I'm listening to it. Accounting for Slavery. Yeah.
Yeah. I still need to start it because I'm still going through the other books.
It's I think they kind of went over it in slavery's I think it was Slavery's Capitalism, and went over it in what is it, the Left Hand,
Empire.
Something like that. They went over in Empire Cotton too. But the thing is that what she's doing is giving a more detailed version of it, about how they accounted the paperwork of slavery, which proves that to all the people that think that we weren't shipped over here, they got tons of paperwork on this shit. They kept detailed records of slaves that they acquired, the amount of product they put out, how many hours they worked, all that kind of shit. Very detailed notes of that shit.
Yeah, that's why I wanted to read this, because it looked like it's very interesting.
Yeah, it is. It is. Was Adrian, who worked for an accounting firm, said it's actually accurate. So that's how they do shit.
How they died,
yeah. They accounted for everything. Anyway, closing thoughts.
These bitches ain't shit.
SYSBM.
You know it. And also going to do the live stream tonight, as always.
Okay.
So let everybody know. So.
Oh, what was that? Where that stream at BGS? I'm gonna check that out when I get up off here.
What stream for what?
The Shay Shot Days.
Oh no, it was a community tab post about which is I think the biggest problem, classism or racism. And I said racism is classism.
You were arguing in the comments? Okay.
I was in the comments, having a back and forth.
What was it?
I'm sorry for interrupting. My apologies. Closing thought.
Okay.
Thank you for today.
Oh, no problem.
I actually appreciate what I've been listening to today. Being a young man in high school right about now, just
you're what? Say that again.
Young man in high school, just about getting toward.
Oh, you're in high school. Oh, you're in high school. Oh my goodness. Okay.
Damn, he sound like a 24-year-old man.
Yeah, I thought he was. Yeah. Okay.
I know, really.
Thank you for that. I really appreciate it.
Okay, well, I mean, real quick. Okay, how is this message actually reaching the high school kids, the high school boys? Because this is actually adult level stuff. How is this kind of stuff actually reaching high school kids?
How is this message reaching a high
I
school?
mean, how are you guys receiving it? Because it's not really meant to reach down that far. So how are you guys receiving this kind of stuff? What do you guys think about it?
Me
high
personally,
school boys.
I don't know what people think, but from my standpoint of view, I think of it as something to learn from and then share.
Okay.
Have you noticed any of your cohorts saying the same stuff?
No.
Like listening to this stuff?
Not that I know of, but I can get them acquainted with all this so that they know.
And we're just trying to track the spread of it because, like I said, this is really like meant for like 45 to 25 years old, 25-year-old men.
Yeah.
So getting down to the level of high schoolers, we're trying to curious about it. So,
yeah. Cause I told my cousin that I don't care what you said to your boys don't need to hear all this red pill stuff. They're gonna hear it one way or another.
Eventually, they'll run across it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Anything else before we bounce?
No.
All right, y'all.
All right. Eat my banana pudding ice cream.
Yeah. and later on, we'll be on later on tonight at Arts at what was it?
Well, it'll be I think it'll be 8:30 for you.
Oh wait, I got something to say.
Go ahead.
Passports, I think they're $160.
Oh damn, they had
that. It's going to take a couple of months if you want the book.
Okay.
It's going to take a couple of months to get to you. I would advise you guys the second you get $200 to throw away, which is rare, but you should have $200 to throw away. Go ahead and get that taken care of. Even if you don't go anywhere, have it just in case. Have it just in case. Stop focusing on these women. Focus on yourself. Get your money up. Put your dick away. Focus on yourself. Get your money up and find you a spot that's perfect for you. Because, BGS will tell you this country is heading towards a serious collapse. But they're trying to lull you to sleep with all these TV shows and entertainment and shit, but it's getting ready to fall. Am I lying?
Yeah, it could be. It could very well fall. It's on the verge.
Yeah, man. I done got out the factory. I'm trying to get the coding jobs. It's getting real, man.
The Western society is going to go through a crisis. What's going to shake out to be? Nobody knows, but it is what it is.
Mm-hmm.
It's on the verge. But the thing is, nobody's paying attention. But
and I don't think you want to be here for that.
Yeah, well, yes, that's true. If you have a better choice, I would not be. That's the best way to be. Best way to be watch a revolution is being on the outside of it, not inside of it.
They say it won't be televised, but if you standing in San Tropez watching the news,
somebody have a smartphone streaming it.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Unless they do a media but internet blackout.
Yeah.
Which I doubt.
Well, they can't black out everything. But anyway,
right? You got to be able to communicate.
Yeah. Anyway,
all right, I'm done.
All right.
Later.
All right, later. See you guys tonight on our art stream.
Yes, sir.
Peace out.